tournament where my friend John said he found a body in the bushes over there. I ran over there because I'm a healing monk to try and help, but obviously my magic wasn't strong enough because the dude's body was missing a head. So my friend decided to try and use a necromancer spell, which didn't work, which I knew it wouldn't. And apparently we contaminated the crime scene because that spell uses a lot of glitter.
Your Honor, I object!
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case!
I gotta tell you, you brightened my day, ma'am. All right?
That's what the last guy said, and then he sued me.
Happy Sunday, guys. Welcome back to Brit Happens. If you have not left your Touch DNA evidence on the like button, please go ahead and do that. And y'all, I do have the Karen Reed Defense Fund pinned at the top of the chat. So if you haven't donated, please go ahead and do that as well. Holy Moses, there are so many of us here already. My goodness. Well, so glad that y'all are here. I hope you're all as excited as I am, because we are getting to introduce somebody who we have been kind of vicariously living through just a little bit, right? I mean, she has had one heck of a journey watching trial numero uno of Karen Reed. And I mean, we all know, and I'll let her tell you. So guys, please give the warmest of welcomes in the chat to Miss McKinney Esquire. Hello. So glad you're here.
Hello. I'm so excited. I'm super excited to YouTube debut. So hi.
Yes, this is your first time with all of us. We're so glad that you decided to come up, and it can be a little nerve-wracking. I'm a TikTok refugee, so it's a different world.
I just can't believe this many people care what I have to say, but it's insane. Oh, thank you so much.
Well, you've been so relatable through all this. I mean, I really feel that a lot of what you were saying is what we all had been thinking. And then somebody with your background as well, you obviously have a lot of legal knowledge. So every time we hear from an attorney who can say, no, this is not normal, this is not okay, it's quite validating to a lot of us.
Yeah,
so
all the time, but it's not normal, guys. This does not happen. This many things in one case is not normal. More power to these attorneys, because I would have handed in my bar license and went to become a dentist by now, because absolutely not.
Like, I can't do this anymore.
Do it anymore. I'm done.
So tell us a little bit about what kind of drew you in, because you obviously watched Months Down the Road. So how'd you get started?
I don't even know. Like I watch Emily D. Baker, and I watch The Lawyer You Know on YouTube, and I've seen I've seen their headlines about Karen Reed, but I don't know why it just never caught my attention. Like I just never cared to watch those videos from them, because I didn't know anything about who she is or what it's about, or I'm just like, okay, whatever. Anyway, so I just always scroll past. I never heard anything about it. And then I was scrolling on TikTok, and I don't know if you guys know on TikTok, I'm Not a Lawyer, but Mel.
Yes, she's great. I loved her YSL coverage.
I love her so much. Her video came across my page, and it was about how the Karen Reed trial is starting up again. And I'm like, again? What do you mean again? Like, what is happening over there? Mm-hmm. So I'm like, all right, let me go. Maybe it is interesting, which is odd, because even she was covering that case before, but I had never seen any of those videos on my For You page either. So it's not even like, I'm not sure where they went, but they just weren't being shown to me. So I'm like, okay, if Mel is covering it, it must be something real juicy. Let me go see what's going on. And so then I just went through her playlist on TikTok, and I saw one of the videos where she was covering I think it was Colin is the video that she was on. And I was like, what's going on here? I need to start from the beginning. I'm lost. I don't like missing context. I don't like having pieces of the story. So let me start from the beginning. So that's what I did. And then I was like, my first video was like, where have you people been? And why has no one told me to watch this case? Everyone knows I love a good case. I love watching good lawyers lawyer. And all of my people who put me up on the cases did not tell me about Karen Reed. And now I'm just stuck in it because this does not happen. I have been on an emotional roller coaster with this Karen Reed trial because I've just never seen anything like this.
Yeah, it's definitely one of a kind. And, you know, you don't live in Massachusetts. I don't live in Massachusetts, but
I don't even want to fight over Massachusetts at this point.
Stay away. But, you know, it's such a unique case. There's so many irregularities. And I mentioned this to you backstage, but I feel like due to the uniqueness of this case, this could set precedents for things like this to happen again, because judges love to rule based off of prior rulings.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot riding on it.
And the other way, I'm hoping they hate the negative publicity so much that they do something about it. Because again, I was live on my TikTok yesterday, and I said that Canton, Massachusetts, their new lingo should be alcohol and audacity. Alcohol and audacity. That's what you need to put on your license plates, because it's the audacity of the like the espionage, or the like, it's the audacity to put it on a national stage and just be like, yeah, what are you gonna do? That's crazy.
Yeah. They just like, do you care about your PR?
No.
Even a little.
What I'm saying, the audacity of it. Like I always say, like, we allow if you hear me talk long enough, you'll hear me say that's not the normal way people communicate. It's just because I have a thing where I'm like, okay, but things work in a way. Sometimes they go off, but this is the way they usually work. And so Canton, Massachusetts, like in our world, in our United States jurisprudence, we don't allow, but we know that there's some form of corruption in police business. Like, we just know it.
Yeah.
It's just what it is, because absolute power corrupts absolutely. And the police have power. So we know that there's some corruption, and we just kind of look the other way, because for the most part, they're doing a good job. Like, you know, we allow, even in law, we allow police to lie to suspects, because we decide that, you know, sometimes you got to get down there with the criminals in order to get the result you need.
Right. To get them to confess or whatever.
Yeah. So we allow some level of corruption where we're just like, yeah, that's just what it is. But it's hidden. It's hidden. It's underneath. It's underneath. And if it comes out, then we got to act like we never knew it was happening. We got to go, what? Yep. There was corruption? This case is like, they're like, there's corruption, and so that blows my that is what blows they're just like,
yeah, like, why did it take this long to can Proctor? You know, like, it was so obvious.
And I went down the rabbit hole. I watched a documentary about the Sandra Birchmore case.
Yes.
Yeah. I wish I did not have that in my brain. I just wish.
You know, that's a lot of the same investigators, right?
Exactly. And like, that's where the buck should have stopped. That's where we should have. But we didn't. And now look where we are. And it's just like, having that in my brain, knowing it's the same investigators, and specifically the tech expert. I cannot remember his name.
Guarino.
He's the one who he has me in a vice, because he was so audacious. His audacity on stand was so ridiculous. Like, you could not question him. He knew it back and forth. I know what I'm talking about. This is it. And you're the same one who didn't find 30,000 text messages?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
I'm just
And
appalled at the audacity of it all.
And then, you know, I think what he said was, yeah, there was a consensual, like, nothing abnormal going on between these two people, between Farwell and Sandra. Yeah.
30,000, excuse me, 30,000 text messages is abnormal. I don't text my kid 30,000 text messages in a year.
Yeah.
That's not regular. If you find me dead, God forbid, go after the person I text 30,000 times. Check them first. Okay.
No
They're the
kidding.
person I want you to investigate, because something is not right. And these are the same investigators. And it's poor Karen. I just cannot imagine. Could you imagine having your life just your life is basically in limbo for however many years? She's just can't move on, can't go forward, and to just know these people.
And her family too. I mean, her poor family. I mean, they got a call from somebody who said that she did this to herself. You know, they were told.
Like, what do you mean? What do they mean? What does that mean?
They ruled it as a self-checkout. You know?
Oh, you talking about Sandra? Yeah.
Yeah, Sandra's family.
Yeah.
And they had, like you said, the audacity to tell her family that this was her own doing.
Oh, no, she didn't. Like, sometimes it's very, very, like, out of the blue. But most times it's not. Most times you can tell, like, they were feeling bad the last couple days. You don't buy car seats if you don't ever plan to have this baby.
Yeah.
You don't buy strollers if you never plan to have this baby. You just don't do it.
Yeah. And no, or like that cute little announcement sign. I mean,
you just don't do that. And you see all of that and you go, yeah, she probably killed her. After you see somebody coming in and out of her apartment, you don't even ask them an extra question. And that's kind of the same thing with the Karen Reed case. It's like, when the cops involved, they just don't ask a second question. And that's insane. Like, it just takes one extra question. Can I come in? Can I step inside? It just takes one extra question, and they're like, whatever you said the first time, we'll take it. That's cool. It's it. And it's very sad, because John O'Keefe was a cop too. And you know, for all the problems we can talk about the police, and listen, I can go on a tangent about that, they still put their lives on the line every day. Like, police officers really do not know if they're making it home every day. Like, that's just, they really don't know. And if something happens to one of them, you would think that they would get gold star investigation. Like, everything is pristine. Lock this scene down. Nobody goes in, nobody goes out. Get everybody out of their house. I don't care if they say he wasn't there. We're going to make sure he never went in there. Like, you would think that he would just get, like, it seemed like they would call in the feds. Like, we had a cop die and we don't have the resources to do this correctly. We need you guys. Like, the fact that none of that is done for a fellow police officer is insane.
Yeah. And then, you know, I'm not even a first responder or an LEO, but if I'm seeing a bunch of lights and hearing a bunch of voices, and there's something happening like that out on my front lawn, I'm going outside to see if I can help.
My nosy self? I am outside in tennis show, in a robe and house shoes. What is going on? I need all the details. I'm too nosy for that. Yeah. You're not nosy. You're a cop. Cops are notoriously nosy.
Yep. Vacuuming your driveway, you know?
Exactly. Cutting the grass, shoveling the snow with little clippers. Like, what's going? Like, nobody came outside. And I even gave them, I said, okay, they had a lot of drinks that night. And I thought about how many drinks they had. I think at one point they said Karen had like 9, and I don't know, maybe the Alberts had like 6 or 7. And I went out the other night and I had 2.5 drinks. And I was drunk. Okay. So I'm like, you people had 9. You were beyond.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Maybe you were just passed out. You think you went to sleep, but you actually passed out. But then Jen comes running in the house, and you still never leave you still never go outside.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Not the way normal people operate. It's just not the way people operate.
No, not at all. The second they knew what was happening outside, any normal person. Mm-hmm.
You go outside, you just do. Especially if you know the person that's out there.
Yeah.
And I was listening to that juror interview today. And I had to shut it off because I started to get frustrated. I need to get better at that. I'm terrible at when I think people are like not making any sense. I stop listening.
Right. Yeah. Just lose the patience. And
I just lose the patience. So I was listening to the juror interview with Turtle Boy. And for all people have come to me to say about Turtle Boy, I haven't really went down a huge hole with him. But I thought he handled that interview very well. Like he didn't really he didn't really try to assert his views on him. He just kind of let him talk. So I thought he did that interview pretty well. But if this juror is any indication of what, and I would be very curious to talk to another one just to see if they kind of blend.
Yeah.
But if this juror is any indication of what they were thinking in that jury room, God help Karen Reed.
No kidding. Now, I don't know if you know this part because you're kind of still getting caught up on the motions and everything, but the defense at least has moved to allow the second jury to know that Arca was hired by the feds.
I saw that.
Now, yeah, they're not trying to, show that there was any kind of federal investigation into Norfolk County DA's office, but they are at least not wanting to leave the jury in the dark to think that it was insurance or that somehow Turtle Boy coughed up $500,000 to.
But what? This is why I want to talk to more than one juror, because I don't fancy myself better than anyone or smarter than anyone or anything.
Yeah.
I don't see my mind going to the insurance must have paid for them. Like, I would assume that the defense paid for them, if anything. But I don't even think I would care. Like, I don't think that would be a stick in my craw to be like,
sure,
who hired them? What are they doing here? If that's the case, you need to have that opinion about everybody. Yeah, opinion about everybody here. The prosecution too. Like, so I just didn't get that. Like, it just didn't make any sense to me. Because so what if the insurance company hired them? There's still these PhDs with this amazing knowledge, and they told you that this was not possible. And you want to put them up against Trooper fucking Paul? You believe him over them? Like,
yeah. When I
just don't.
Yeah, just complete potatoes for brains. I mean, you've got yours, y'all cool phrase. Trooper
Cool.
Paul's is it just
cool.
did.
You just not cool. You're not cool, Trooper Paul. Like, but you will take what he's saying, and then you'll hear the ARCA experts, and you'll go, yeah, they probably are just paid by the insurance.
Lord, I mean, to discredit their entire testimony over them just not knowing where they came from.
Yeah, I just don't understand that. Like, what difference does it make where they came from? What difference does it make? That would just not it's battle of the experts. It's who you believe more. And it seemed like they were more credible than Trooper fucking Paul. But like, I just don't understand. So yeah, if that was an issue, which you said it was, I would have made that motion too. Like, clearly you told them to speculate, but they are. So you need to give them information about where these people come from, because it's a hindrance to my clients who just let them speculate because they're speculating wrong.
Spot on. And you were watching as a juror, and that wasn't something that
I didn't care. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's so off the wall to me. Like, I didn't care. I just cared what they had to say. Because, like I said, if you apply that logic to ARCA, then why not apply it to everybody? Has a side that they're working for. So why aren't you giving that same sort of scrutiny to all the prosecution experts? And then when he said, like, well, we knew what reasonable doubt was, but some of us didn't want to vote that way. What are you talking about? Break that down. What are you talking
about?
That's
that
exactly
made me wonder. Yeah. Like, was there really jury tampering? That question, like that juror interview, Ronnie saying that made me wonder, was the jury being influenced? And he did say that someone
him saying that they couldn't talk to the judge. Who told you that? Who told you that?
Yeah.
There needs to be better jury instructions. I hope they're fighting for that, because he said that they didn't know that each charge is dealt with separately. Why didn't y'all what, excuse me? One charge is one charge. Why don't you know that every charge has its own? What? You've never been, like, I understand they're not professional jurors, but I hope maybe they haven't. There's a lot of people who don't watch trials, so I can't even say that. But, like, you have to have seen at least one trial where they read off multiple charges and each charge has its own verdict.
Right.
Like,
but
what would you think that you had to? I don't know. I'm just the juror. I just got so frustrated. I'm like,
yeah. At the end of the day, though, the way I see it is the person who we all know knows better is Judge Cannone. And she should have made herself abundantly clear with how to work that sheet and how to look at each charge. So we've got a couple chats to bring up. Kyle, thank you so much. He says, 31 years with Dallas, came in neutral. The Commonwealth lost me on the first day. He's seen hundreds of collisions with 1 to 200 involving pedestrians. None of this makes sense, and I'm one of millions. 100%, Kyle. Thank you so much.
I will say that they had me on the ropes opening arguments. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. But I'm like, okay, let me give them a little time. Like, their opening statement, I went, she did what now?
Yeah.
That just absolutely, and again, I say it all the time. I don't know what happened. I was not there. I'm not a person whose mind doesn't change with new facts. Okay, like, I'm not so stuck in my belief that you can never change my mind, even if you bring me new facts. If you bring me facts that make sense, I could easily say, okay, she did this. But then you have to make up for so many discrepancies that I don't think you can get. I don't think you can get there. Their opening statement of that back tail light hitting his arm does not do that damage.
No.
It just does not do that damage, and it doesn't. If it did, it wouldn't look like his arm looked.
Yeah, that arm would be broken, or shoulder would have been dislocated. Yeah.
Let me tell you, I'm not the best driver in the world. I have backed into a few items stronger than an arm. Okay. And I still have my taillights. Both of them intact, not even cracked.
Well, and polycarbonate, that's what you use for safety glasses in almost any setting.
Large blows. So that had already lost me, where I'm like, just as a terrible driver. So I'm like, oh yeah, I don't know about that, but okay, I'll listen again. And then going backwards at 26 miles an hour is where they lost me again, because backwards at, was it 24 or 26? Whatever it is, it's fast backwards.
Mm-hmm.
It might not seem as fast when you're like on a 25 miles per hour street and you're like, oh, I just want to drive faster than this. But like going backwards, that is freaking fast.
Mm-hmm.
No way she does that on the snow and you guys don't hear anything.
Yeah.
In that house. Like, no way. So it's like you'd have to jump over so many hurdles to get me to believe that this happened the way they said it happened.
100%.
That I just don't think they can get there.
Yeah, they won't get there with me at this point either. And you know, even factually speaking, I'm a lot like you. There are, you know, things that you could maybe show me that could get me to believe that she did it, but at this point, Karen's procedural due process has been trampled on. And there are plenty of people who actually did commit the crime, and you can show factually that it happened. But because of the errors in the due process, they walked. So the way I see it is, even the people who are so hung up on her being guilty, they need to be every bit as upset with the law enforcement involved here as the rest of us. Because by their rationale, they're letting a guilty person go.
But that's fine. That's the way our justice system is set up. Because even if I think she absolutely did it, you do not get to guilty based on this investigation. Our justice system has always been set up to lock up. We let 100 guilty people go free if one innocent person is in that bunch. Because we do not like locking innocent people up. And I hear people say, like, they got off on the technicality. No, they got off on the law. It's not a technical, it's the law. And we want it that way. Because when you're innocent, you want it to be harder for them to make you guilty. But people are okay with this shoddy investigation because they think she's guilty. And that's fine. Okay, sure. But understand that if you're okay with this shoddy investigation because you think she's guilty, I guarantee you they're going to use it on an innocent person very soon because they got away with it. And you're not going to be able to question it later because you were okay with it then. So you have to be okay with it now. Mm-hmm. Reason she should be found not guilty is because this investigation was terrible. And we never want any other crimes to be investigated this way. If you say this okay, every time they get blood in Solo cups, nobody will be able to question it anymore.
Yep. Did y'all hear that? Write that down. Thank you so much. Thank you, Miss Parks is in the house. She says, welcome to YouTube, Miss McKinney, and thanks, Britt. We have all been waiting for this. Is Miss McKinney watching the pretrial motions? Is her head exploding? Probably. What are her thoughts on the second trial and thoughts for the defense?
I think the second trial will be very interesting. I can't wait to see it. I think they're going to go at Proctor very hard, and they should. Mm-hmm. I think now that it's a gift and a curse, right? Because it's like, now that they know how these people will lie, it's better to question them. They have more questions that they probably didn't think of the first time because they were just so hung up on what they were saying. Like sometimes you're so blown away by a lie in trial that it throws you off because you're like, I can't believe you would lie about that. Now I'm stuck. What did you just say? And you like lose your train of thought. So they know what they'll lie about, I think they'll be so much better. And I think they've watched that first trial over and over and over and over again. And I think they're going to come at them so much better and so much harder. I think they're arguing right now in their pretrial motions based on what these jurors are saying. We need to tell them who Arca was because they're assuming incorrectly, and that's not fair. We want to bring in someone who is an investigation expert to let them know that this investigation was not just bad, it was really fucking bad. It's not the way you do this. We want to bring in somebody who is going to testify that these videos are messed up, not just like, oh, they're missing something because it was motion activated. No, somebody went in and took pieces out and flipped it, and like now they know what the jury was thinking, and so they know the hurdles they need to overcome. But that can go both ways, right? That can go for the prosecution as well. So they now
Yeah.
know. I hope if they're smart at all, they have prepped their witnesses a lot better, because everybody got to understand this acted like they hadn't talked to Lolly in 6 months. And I'm like, I hope that's not true. Is this something they think they need to lie about when they don't really?
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that too, because I mean, especially Jen, she seemed
But she
to
didn't want
be
to
in such denial.
And it's just like, that it's okay for you to talk to the prosecutor and for him to have prepped you. Like, why do you think this is something you need to lie about? And if he hasn't prepped you, shame on him.
Yeah, that seemed really odd.
What the defense was going to ask you and not tell you what to say, because they don't want everyone to tell you what to say, but at least say, like, these are some of the things he's going to question you about, so be ready for that, blah blah blah. Like, why do you not want to say that? And that's the whole thing with all of them, because again, even if you think Karen did it, what's wrong with these people then? Why are they lying about things they should not lie about things that don't matter?
Yeah.
If you really just found this man dead in the snow, why are you lying about calling him? Why are you lying about talking to each other, Brian and Brian?
Yeah. Of course you're going to talk about it with your loved ones.
Yeah, of course, but there's a reason why you're talking at 2:00 in the morning. Now that doesn't make any sense, because you just left his house, and apparently Don is in the snow, according to you people. So you don't want to admit that you were talking. Why? I don't know what happened in that house. Something went down. It's something they are all hiding, and I believe that this is not the first time. This doesn't seem like a one-off occurrence. It seems like this whole family are good at the conspiracies and covering up and lying, and it seems like everybody not new to this, they're true to this.
When I see the Alberts, I see people who have been getting their way for a very long time, and they are very used to it.
Absolutely.
So sad.
Because I believe Higgins, when he said whatever he questioned him about, I think Jackson was questioning him about the Chief's retirement, and Higgins like, even the Chief is scared of Brian Albert. I believe you 100%. That's absolutely 100%. True. You are not lying.
NOLA CPA, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. NOLA CPA says the foreman took advantage of his title. Karen could be any of us. Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a lot going on with that foreman.
And someone asked me the other day, have I ever seen the judge pick the foreman? No, I've never seen that. Maybe that's a Massachusetts thing, but I have never seen the judge pick the foreman for multiple reasons, because the jury room is supposed to be one of like a sanctity happens in there where nobody actually knows what's going on until afterwards. So the jury picks their foreman because you get in there and you start talking and you realize who's a little more authoritative, who has a little more leadership abilities, who's good with talking. Like, you pick the foreman. You don't come in there and tell me that's the foreman. And what if she's like a mousy little somebody with no opinion on anything?
True. That judge has no idea the personality type of the person they're picking. That part.
Or does she? Because the juror saying that they didn't feel like they could talk to the judge. What? Who told you that? Was it your foreman? Because he doesn't tell you who to speak to. Why do you feel like you can't talk to the judge? All you have to do is knock on the door. The bailiff is standing outside and you say, we have a question for the judge. So who told you couldn't do that?
Yeah, pretty simple. Man. Yeah, there was a lot that made my head just, I mean, I had a migraine watching a lot of what the jury was thinking.
I just could not imagine being Karen. I would be pulling my hair out from the root. Like, literally going crazy. They'd have to put a jacket, because what is happening? Like, what is it me? Is everybody insane? That's all I'd be thinking. Is everybody insane? Listening to that juror, I would just feel so defeated. And I'm hoping that that's not what she's feeling. I'm hoping she's like, ready to keep fighting, which it seems like she is. When she walked in that Turtle Boy hearing and she turned around and looked at Brennan, I was like, oh yeah, she's ready to keep fighting.
She's definitely a strong woman. I admire, yeah. I have a lot of appreciation for, overall the grace that she has maintained. She's held her composure a whole lot better than a lot of us probably would have.
I'd have jumped over the bench. I guys seen that video of that man jumping over the bench at the judge? That would have been me.
Oh,
because I would have are you serious? My only criticism of Karen, I only have one. I want her to stop talking.
Mm-hmm.
I want her to stop. Right. And I don't know if she's getting paid, if that's why she's talking, because she has to pay for her defense. But I want her to stop talking, because if they can find a way to move your words around and make them mean something else, they will. And because you're not testifying, you can't clear it up.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then on top of that, yes. Now, did you hear that Hank Brennan is now moving to get privileged conversations between Karen and David Yannetti?
I did, and that pissed me off. That pissed me off so bad. And okay, so I have been giving the judge a lot of grace. Mm-hmm. Just because I think a lot of it is style. I think she's prosecution leaning, and for the most part, I haven't seen anything ridiculously egregious from her outside of the medical experts' opinion. Mm-hmm. I was like, that was weird. But I think she just doesn't like, I can never think of the doctor's name for the defense. What is her name?
Dr. Russell?
Russell. I think she just doesn't like her. I don't know why, but I just think she doesn't like her. So I think that's a personal issue with Dr. Russell more so than defense. And I think she doesn't like Alan Jackson, but a lot of judges don't like her. So I think sometimes I give her grace because it's a style thing. But when I saw this motion from Brennan, it started to make me go, okay, I want to see what she does with it. But I'm going to tell you that a lawyer does not file that motion unless he knows what kind of judge he has. True. As lawyers, there is nothing more paramount than the privilege between a lawyer and his client. And if you want to violate that sanctity, you're going to have a very good fucking reason.
Yeah.
I mean, a very good fucking reason. I mean, there better be a tape of the lawyer talking to the client with 6 other people in the room. And even then, the judge will limit that communication to what y'all were talking about right then. We're not just going to give you a blanket view of everything we ever talked about. Mm-hmm. And judges will not really cuss you out because they're real professional and buttoned up. But if you tried something like that in a lot of courtrooms, they'll be like, "Are you serious with this? Why are you coming at me with this? I'm not going to do that. And don't waste my time filing motions to make me let you violate privilege. Get out of my face."
So you're saying that Hank thinks that there's a chance that Bev will allow this, or else he would never have shown his ass like that to file such a thing.
There's a chance. Because, like I said, I don't know what she said because I haven't watched any of her documentaries because, again, I want to stay sort of clean in watching the trial. Mm-hmm. But I think she said something like, yeah, my lawyer told me something and he thinks that violates privilege. No, people say that all the time. My lawyer told me not to say that. My lawyer said I couldn't do that. My lawyer told me not. That doesn't mean I'm giving you privilege into everything we ever talked about. Are you insane?
Yeah.
Why do you think those two connect? And again, if you think she did this and you think your case proves this, why all the sliminess of trying to violate the privilege of a lawyer and his client? Mm-hmm. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, even if technically the door were opened, I feel like it's just a weasel move. If
the door was open, judges would still be like, I'm still not going to do it.
Yeah.
Because again, you need clients to feel comfortable to tell you things. And if there is a way for a judge to force me to tell somebody what my client told me, it will make clients start lying to their lawyers. And we don't want you lying to us. We need you to tell us the truth at all times. But if you're afraid that somebody might make me say what you told them, you'll start to pull back. You'll start to not say everything, which is why this privilege is so paramount. And I just cannot believe, like, that was one of the slimiest motions I've seen in a long time. And it makes me like, that's real weaselly and disgusting. Because do it another way.
Yep.
Do it another way. Why do you want to know what I'm talking to my lawyer about?
And my family and
like that
and personal notes.
That's insane.
What I think is that he does not have actual concrete evidence.
No,
and so he's looking for words that he can twist in his own favor.
Because they paid him a lot of money to come in and be a special prosecutor. But I feel like he's smart enough to know that this is a loser, but he can't present that in his being and when he speaks. When he talks and when he presents, he has to act like, I don't understand what y'all don't understand. Of course she did it. But I know for all the weaselly, and I hate his voice and everything he is, I'm sure Hank Brennan is a very smart attorney. So I know that he's looking at this case behind the scenes like, what have y'all got me into? Now I have to do all this extra slimy, grimy mess to try to fix this mess. But asking for privileged communications was just, it made my skin crawl. I do not like. I hate that the most. I hate that more than anything.
I'm 100% with you. We have Nan Gallagher in the chat, guys. Hello, Nan. I don't know if you know who she is. She goes by Lawferio. She's an attorney out of New Jersey. She's a medical attorney, so she kind of covers a broad span of different legal proceedings. She's done everything from like civil litigation to criminal law. I bet you she'd love to meet you if you're open to it. And then another chat from Kyle. Thank you so much. He says, I've been hit at a scene and a thigh bruise is all I got. Yeah. So why doesn't John O'Keefe have any bruises?
No, on his legs at all.
Yeah.
Like no lower body, anything. It's crazy. I think it's because whatever happened in that house, he went down really fast and hit his head. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody meant to kill John O'Keefe. I don't think anybody meant that. But that's what happened. And instead of, like, I think it's a panic because you think like nobody's going to believe this was an accident once they see these text messages between. This is what Higgins, I think, is thinking. Nobody's going to think this is an accident once they get these text messages between me and Karen. They're going to think I fought this man because I wanted his girlfriend. So this is not, we can't call anybody and say this was an accident. Nobody's going to believe it. So let's pin it on the one person we don't know and we don't like and we don't care about. And let's get rid of our phones. Are you kidding? Again, it's not the normal way people operate. Nobody, and I mean nobody, takes their phone and takes out the SIM card and put them both in separate bags and then take those bags
to a military.
Oh
my God.
Nobody does that. You know what we all do? We take our phones and either we trade it in or we put it in the drawer. That's what
everybody does.
Give it back because they're giving us some money off the new one, or we throw it in a drawer.
And one day for both of them,
transfer. You're like, put it in this drawer just in case a picture doesn't come over or phone doesn't, or this phone breaks and I need my old phone again. Like no one throws their phone in the trash. We don't even throw our phone boxes in the trash.
No.
I saw an iPhone box and I have the same iPhone for like 4 years. We don't even throw the boxes to the iPhone away. And you're telling me both of y'all just so happen the day before they tell y'all to keep it, y'all throw them away.
Yeah.
And y'all are police officers. You don't think I think someone told y'all, look, the order's coming down.
Yeah, exactly. And they both did this one day before the preservation order was supposed to show up
The
on their
same day
doorstep.
on the phone, like, yeah, me, I need a new phone. Yeah, me too, man. Let's go get a new phone. Oh, you getting a new phone today? I'm gonna go get one today. What are you gonna do with your phone? I'm gonna throw it away. You know what? Me too. No, it does not happen.
Yeah,
Doesn't happen.
one of my favorite
Makes
things
me feel like
I ever heard you say
whatever was on
was,
those two phones
yep,
was crazy.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And one of my favorite things I heard you say previously was kind of looking at all this. You were in the middle of watching Brian Higgins.
Gosh.
Yeah. And what you said was the cognitive dissonance that you have to look at this abundance of evidence and still say that this lady deserves to rot in prison makes me scared for the
It
country
does.
that I live in right now. Yeah.
It does, because it means that you will look me in my face and say it's raining and we all see the sun.
Yeah.
And it's, are you okay? Are you okay? Again, like I said, it's like you get all these facts in that should change your mind and you go, yeah, well, never mind. So, wait, what? You heard me just say that she wasn't even there at the time. They're saying they hit him. Yeah, so they got that wrong. Okay, well, nobody ever said that she said I hit him until 2 years later.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, okay. One mistake, okay. 2, maybe they're just, inept. To ignore all of this and just be like, yeah, but she hit him, so it doesn't matter. I'm scared. I'm scared because it feels like I can't have an intelligent conversation with you if you're going to ignore facts.
Yep.
It makes me like I don't know what do I do with you?
Well, and it's gaslighting, right? I mean, yeah.
What do I do with a person like that? Like, how do I, there's no argument I can make to you.
Yeah. It's an insult to my intelligence. Yeah.
Which I cannot stand. I cannot stand someone to insult my intelligence because it feels like you might as well be calling me stupid, and don't call me stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because you know that you're lying. And you're like, oh, well.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? I'm telling you, alcohol and audacity, because everybody's drunk. And everybody has the audacity.
That's our new slogan. I've got it. That's the new Commonwealth slogan.
Because they ain't got nothing but bars and liquor, and they do not care what you think.
Mm-hmm. They don't. Buzzing for truth. Thank you so much for your deuce. The cop that lived next door with cameras. Okay, so I don't know if you know this. So Tom Gallagher was like very high rank. He was either the former chief or the former deputy chief of the Canton Police. He lived across the street from the Alberts. He's the one who they went and got the damn Solo cups from his house. The package was already open too. If that
is this neighborhood, did they give cops like a discount or something? Like, why do they say, is it like a 50% off your mortgage over there or something?
Right.
That many cops stay. Well, it's probably because nobody else buy a house. The hardest houses to sell is if you put a cop car outside a house, like nobody will buy that house. So maybe that's why they all stay there, because nobody else will buy a house.
Interesting. But yeah, he lived right across the street, and he had a ring camera.
And did they catch? So what did they see? Nothing?
And that's the thing. So he lived across the street. His camera was at the perfect angle to have seen what happened. And
but as someone with a Ring camera, that can go either way. Sometimes my Ring doesn't even see me coming in the house.
Interesting.
Like, it's missing me as a person, and I'm like, I know that I just walked in the house. Where is this activity? And it's just not there. But if there's enough movement across the street for me, like if there's like a car driving by won't make it like do anything. But if my neighbor across the street comes out and sometimes he pulls up in front of his house to get his mail out the box, it'll catch that. Like that's too much movement.
Yeah.
It'll record that. It won't record it as an event, but if I like rewind, I'll see that happening.
Okay. Gotcha.
So like it won't.
And I don't know if specifically he had Ring, but yeah, he did have some camera. And what shocked me is that none of the police officers went around to any of the neighbors to see if any of their cameras caught anything.
That would require an extra question. Like, why would they do that? Nobody asks one extra question to anybody. And again, that does not happen. You find a body outside, you go knock on the whole block. Because what if he walked down the street? What if he came from 4 houses down and then fell right there? What if he came from around the block? Like, there's no way you don't find a body in the grass and you don't do a canvas of not only the block, but damn near the neighborhood. Did you see anything last night? There was a body found. Know this person? Do you know what happened? Nothing. Not one extra question. Because everybody heard her say she hit him. Then why didn't she go to jail that night?
Exactly. Why didn't you put her in custody right then?
Right then. And if you heard her say she hit him, then what are you talking about the next day trying to figure out the timeline? You already know what happened. So who are you talking to? What are you trying to figure out? When she was talking to, what is the other one? Is it Julie? Is it Julie Nagel? Or I don't know who she was talking to.
So there's Julie Nagel. There's also Julie Albert. Julie Albert is Chris Albert's wife, who is Brian Albert's sister-in-law.
No, so Jen said that she went the next day to take someone's daughter somewhere.
Oh, Carrie Roberts.
Carrie Roberts. And she's like, yeah, we were just talking about it. We were trying to, put it together and figure out the timeline and figure out what happened. And
why do you need to do that?
You knew it, right? If she said, I hit him, you already knew. What are you figuring out? What are you talking about? When he died, why didn't you go right to the police? Did y'all arrest her yet? Y'all don't remember she said she hit him yesterday? Because this is how normal people operate. This is what normal people do. If this man is hit on the side of the road and then he ends up dying, and that's your best friend, Jen, when your best friends, you loved him, as you say, you go and say, she said she hit him. Why is she not in prison? I don't understand.
Yep. And we didn't hear anything about her saying, I hit him until, I believe, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that came until after the How Long to Die in the Cold Google search was revealed. Which
is another weird thing. I am no tech expert by any means. I barely knew how to join this live. But I don't understand how just me having a page open at 2 and then searching at 6 will make my search look like it happened at 2. I don't get that. It never makes sense to me. There's no way they can explain it or break it down that makes sense. But regardless, when they dumped her phone, all they have is a search at 2 that says How Long to Die in the Snow that was deleted. They have to take further steps to figure out that it happened at 6, but it was done on a tab at 2. But at the time you pull it, all you know is that you have a search at 2 that says How Long to Die in the Snow. Why isn't Jen McCabe hauled into the police station and asked about this search? Because it takes more steps to find out that didn't really happen at 2. You guys had to go hire a different, more in-depth expert to figure that out. But
yeah,
there's this is all you know. This is all you see. You just know what you see.
Yep.
She should have been, wait a minute, where's this search coming from? Pull her back in here, because if y'all didn't find him till 6, then what is this search doing here? She should have been sitting in a precinct until they search further. If is the truth. And then, okay, well, sorry, we had you locked up for a couple days, but you got to admit it looks suspicious.
It does. And that when they brought her in too, she asked, "Oh, can I delete the messages that I want to be private, like with my children and whoever else?" Oh, they let her sit there.
But anybody else, if this was a real investigation, ma'am, that's the point. No, you can't delete anything.
Mm-hmm.
The point of us taking the phone is so that we can search it before you delete things. That's not how this works. It's not how any of this works. Oh, yeah, let me just delete these incriminating messages before I get... That's not how any of this works, ma'am. No.
Oh, my God. So, guys, and Miss McKinney, there's someone who would really love to meet you, and I would love for you two to get connected because you guys are so like-minded, and you both have a legal background. So I'm going to go ahead and bring her up. So this is New Jersey attorney Nan Gallagher. Nan, welcome in. Hey, so glad you popped by.
Oh my God, Ms. McKinney, it is so great to meet you. Britt, thank you for throwing me a link. I just wanted to say your TikTok videos are so refreshing. I very recently entered the movement after watching for the last 3 years all of this unfold. And you are such a smart lady who calls it like it is. So gosh, and I'm just sitting here listening going, I love this woman. And everybody else in the movement does too, because you bring common sense and a legal education.
That's really what it is. It's common sense, because you guys know I don't practice law, in court. Like, I don't do court cases and go to court. It's not even what I do. I learned pretty early on in law school that I did not have the temperament for it. I don't have the facial expressions for it. I don't have the mouth for it. I tend to go off a little bit.
That's awesome.
Very early on, but that was not going to be my forte. But I love watching good lawyers lawyer, because I think it requires so much. I don't even know what the word is, but it requires you to be so smart and so brilliant and so able to think on your feet. And I just love watching it happen. So this case for me is really just even without my legal knowledge, I'm like, what is happening? Are we all in the same universe?
I know. I have a question. Can I ask her a question, Britt? I feel like this
knock
is your
yourself
show.
out.
First of all, I do not want to steal your thunder, and I don't want to steal either of your thunder. But I'm curious to know how you were able to view the trial. Like, did you just do a day? Were you like, I'm going to sit and put this on double speed and watch it at night? Or, I'm curious about your process, because your analytics and editorializing and then boiling it down into your TikToks is so spot on. I'm just wondering how a busy attorney fit that into her daily life.
Well, I work from home most of the time, so I don't have to go into the office. So I just kind of had it on in the background while I was working, or I watched it everywhere. When I was going to the grocery store, when I went to pick the kids up, I had got so hooked at one point. I was like, I have to go to sleep now, and then I wouldn't go to sleep.
That is so true.
Because I was like, what is going on? And then I find myself sometimes, especially with Proctor, where I was watching it, but I was so shocked and in awe that an hour had went by, and I'm like, I don't even remember what he said, because I was so stuck on the last thing he said. So now I have to rewind it and watch it again. So yeah, I just kind of it everywhere, literally everywhere. I listen to it in the car. I'm just I need to know what happens next. There's no way. This is better than any TV show I've ever seen, but also so sad at the same time.
Oh my God. I know. And as far as trial 2.0 is concerned, are you, and Britt, you may have asked her this when you kind of cast out an invite. I was like, oh my God. So I might have missed it, but, are you planning to commit to watching 2.0? And
I'm stuck. I cannot. I have see this happen. I cannot wait. I think Alan Jackson's going to be in rare form.
Oh my God.
Amazing to see.
Have you seen Alessi yet?
Yes. I think Alessi is so smart. He reminds me of one of my professors in law school. For like the way he talks and the way he presents, he just seems like he'd make a great professor at law school. I like Melanie. I can't remember her last name. She's very smart and she's needed on that defense team, because I don't know if you guys recognize, but like Judge Cannone kind of defers to her a lot of
yes.
So like she's a great part for them, because otherwise I feel like Judge Cannone would be a lot ruder to them.
Yeah.
She's kind of rude to them, but when she feels like being rude, she'll kind of just shoot it to her and go, okay, you tell me, because I don't feel like talking that to Mr. Jackson right now.
Yeah, and I can relate to that too. I have the same observation of Liza Little. I once was her, I was the one who was expected to know all of the dates and all of the filings and the pages of the transcripts, and the judges, I'd be second chairing, as they call it, Britt. Like, you'd be second chairing the trial, but you'd be like one of the major laboring oars. So I agree with you, Ms. McKinney. Like, she's a necessary piece to all of this. And her argument the other day, I forget what she was arguing. Maybe your chat would know, but she had such a level of confidence that I think she's really coming into her own.
She does, and you can tell that she does it in a way that I think is more digestible for the judge, which is kind of why the judge kind of defers to her. Like, Alan has his theatrics, and Alessi can kind of bloviate for a little too long sometimes, but like she's like straight to the point. Here are the facts. Here's the case. Here's what's happening. And I think she can get with that. But she's the one who made me look up the Sandra Birchmore case, because I don't remember what she was arguing, but she brought up that name, and it's been in my comments, and I'm like, okay, so I need to know. I hate not having context, so I'm like, I didn't know what everybody's talking about. It's this person, and then I went down that rabbit hole, and now I'm just devastated.
I know. It's like, welcome to the nightmare, and it's all connected. It's unbelievable.
To be such a small police department. I mean, I expect like this should be coming out of like New York City, where there's millions of people, and like, 2 corruption cases in a short span of time seems like, okay, yeah, because there's so many people, there's so many cops, there's so many moving parts. But this doesn't seem like a huge town. For it to have these 2 cases that are ridiculously corrupt seems insane.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's just part of the web of nasty. Like, it doesn't even stop with Sandra.
That's kind of where I always land. Like, this is just what we know.
Well, you had said, and I'm such a fan of yours that I just recently put something up on Twitter. I quoted you without your permission, Ms. McKinney, but show some grace. Like, I quoted, like, this is not the way normal people behave. Like, you call it like you see it.
It's my favorite saying in the world.
But and I'm sure you were talking with Britt about it. It's like you go into an expectation of a jury that they're going to bring their common sense, and when these coincidences, whether like you were talking about, like butt dials and people not coming out of houses, and these people got rid of phones, just rack them all up. This is not the way normal people behave. So I love it.
Is okay. Any one, like just one of them, and you'd be like, okay, whatever. All of them together, this does not happen.
Yeah.
Like, you throwing away your phone and your SIM card, maybe that one, not that one, but maybe
even that one is enough.
Any of the other ones, it's just like, okay, well, people deviate from normal activity every once in a while. But when you stack them up and they're taller than me, that's something is wrong. Something is wrong. And if she actually did this why do we need to do all of this?
You know, I have to ask you, because I know people have reached out to you, you do TikToks. I'm sure you've been asked this question, but are you thinking about starting your own YouTube channel?
People have been asking me, and I was telling Britt before we came on, I am so technologically illiterate that would be a mess. It would be so raggedy. Y'all do not want to see me.
There are some raggedy
I'll tell you
channels.
what, I will show you what little ropes I know. I've been doing this a couple months, but I will impart all my knowledge to you. And if you ever want to do it, you just shoot me a text, let me know, and I will give you the rundown of what little I have.
About because sometimes the TikToks aren't long enough and I have so much to say. So I was thinking about just recording it, and then maybe that's putting it up on YouTube, not so much starting a channel, because I'm just it seems like too much. You guys are rock stars. This seems like a lot of work, and I don't even like finding to email sometimes. So this
That's amazing.
a lot. But yeah, I'm just like I don't feel like I saying anything that everybody shouldn't be saying. Like that's kind of what's blowing my mind. Like, am I saying something that everybody is not thinking? Are we in the twilight zone? But I guess not, because there are some people in my comments who are not very nice. That's why I had to deactivate that Twitter, because at first I got into it the first time in 10 years, maybe even 12, I don't know. And then I went in and I was like, oh yeah, this is the wild, wild west over here. Let me just go.
It is.
Go ahead and get out of here.
Yeah, but you know what, Ms. McKinney, there are plenty of people who, as part of the Free Karen Reed movement, that would protect you on Twitter. I speak from personal experience, and most of the people who come at you on Twitter, not you specifically, but come at anyone who speaks out, it's usually so superficial and baseless that the confidence that you exude would just wipe the floor with them. Like, don't let the cesspool aspect of Twitter hold you back. You have a voice to be heard.
Twitter
Very
is
true.
a wild, and it's always so weird, because the people who think she should be guilty, they're so mean. And I am like, I actually would like to talk to one of them. Like, I really want to hear what you have to say. Like, I really want to get it. And again, the one time I did have a sort of a back and forth, they wanted to bring in all these extra facts from I don't know where, and I'm like we're not talking like that. That's not, you're getting off tangent. That's not, you can believe she did it, fine, but in this trial you don't even get there.
Yeah.
That's the conversation I want to have, not whether she did it, okay, because I don't believe that, but you can, that's fine. I want you to tell me how this trial proved beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it.
Oh yeah.
They never want to have that conversation.
But they absolutely don't. And when all they do is, and you'll really appreciate this with your legal education, all they do, if they're going to go beyond insulting, like personal attacks at you, all these people will do is cite like very conclusory statements.
Yeah.
Karen did it. Karen was drinking. Karen was there, which scared me when I was listening to Ronnie, the juror, who was interviewed, right? And I heard you saying earlier about, watching Turtle Boy's interview of him, because it sure sounded like, for whatever reason, the first jury kind of, whatever the dynamic was inside, and whomever said, oh, you can't ask the judge questions, or whether there were strong personalities, that first jury seemed to just make these very conclusory leaps. Like, well, Karen had been drinking, her car was there, John's body was there, so something must have happened. She must have done it. And that's not the way you're taught in law school.
And everybody else was there.
And
it's like it's just, they gave the benefit of the doubt to everybody except Karen, and it should be the other way around. But
exactly,
that's of the judge. You should set the temperature in your courtroom to make sure these jurors know nobody gets the benefit of the doubt except Karen.
You know what? I want to just let everyone who's watching know that what Ms. McKinney just said is like probably the absolute best quote that I have heard out of this entire movement, that the fiasco that has been not only the last 3 years, but specifically since the first trial. Everybody else should not be getting the benefit of the doubt. It's Karen. Yep. And that's, this, right, Ms. McKinney? It's your constitutional right. I'm so impressed with you.
That's a function of the judge. I've sat in courtrooms and the judges will drill it into their heads. I need you to understand that nobody else, if you think they're lying, you don't give them the benefit of the doubt. They're lying. That's it. Period. Yep. You don't say, well, don't fill in their stories for them. Don't fill in the facts for them. If that doesn't make sense, then it doesn't make sense. You can use your common sense, but you don't fill in facts. Like we were talking about the ARCA experts. To fill in the fact that these people came from an insurance company is crazy. And how did you make that leap?
Yeah, exactly.
Like I feel like as a juror, and I don't think, like I said, I don't fancy myself smarter than anybody else. But as a juror, I don't think I would care. Because both sides hired somebody that said what they wanted to say. So it just becomes a battle of who you believe, who you think is more right. You could put up my dog next to Trooper Paul, and I'd be like, you know what, Kobe? You're making a lot of sense. So I don't understand how you hear these guys talk and you go, yeah, we're just going to disregard them because they come from the insurance company. So what if they did?
Yeah.
Even if they did you think they made sense?
I know.
Talking about, again, that's a function of the judge. She did not set those jurors up to do their job correctly. And like I said, I try to give her a lot of grace because I don't think she's done anything yet that's like super egregious, but it's like, again, a whole bunch of little stuff where it's like, okay, one or two things, maybe, but once you start to pile them on top of each other, you start to look a little, I don't know.
And you know what it is? It's like death by a million paper cuts. It's like these little rulings that, the defense has to raise. They have to raise certain things. And we all, and I know you're newer to this, Ms. McKinney, but we all, kind of say, oh, they're going to deny this. Like, why we're filing this motion, she's going to deny it. But all of these are pivotal steps in the hopefully unlikely event that she's convicted, just to set her up for the appropriate grounds for appeal. But it is hard. It's sometimes, and even late last night, I was getting really dark inside going, God, you can get down on this really quickly.
I wish them
feel about that
in the world, because like I just told her, I'd have left this trial. I'm going to be a dentist or a doctor because I can't take it anymore. I would have, I cannot, like, this many things happening in one trial is not normal, guys. Like, you have to file one or two of these motions, not like 100. Do you know how much work that is every day, day in and day out? Like, it's insane. It's an insane amount of work. It takes an insane amount of energy. And I know they're just beat down and tired. And I just could not imagine it being me. I just could not imagine it being me. And it's not over. And then you're dealing with these officers and this prosecutor and then this judge. And it's just like, oh my God.
Right. It's like the perfect storm, right? And I don't mean perfect in a positive way. Everything is just culminating all at once, whether it's you have a mistrial, you have a new special appointed district attorney, you have a judge who people have varying opinions on her. I have my own. I won't cloud your moment or your first moment of many. But, I have my own views on her. And then you have all of the underlying, I don't want to use profanity on your page, Britt. But
please knock yourself out. It's encouraged here.
All of the fuckery, of the facts, all of those coincidences that just don't add up, even if you took a small handful of them. And when you put it all together, it is the perfect storm. Then you throw in the federal habeas corpus petition related issues and appellate issues. You've got people being denied pro hoc vice, which, you know, she's got a right to counsel of her choice. It's a mess. That's why your voice, Miss McKinney, is so refreshing. I know all of the people who really believe in Karen, and also many of them have strong faith and belief in Aiden as well. I am one of those many people. Your voice and your legal background, and frankly just your manner of speech, is like the way you tell it like it is. It's very, very refreshing.
I listen. I tell people all the time. I have something to say about everything, so it's good. It's good that people like to hear me say. But I just feel like I can't, like when I first started, well, I can't believe I'm saying anything than anybody else would see. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I don't see myself bringing this case as if I was a prosecutor. I just don't. I see you bringing me facts, and I go, even if she did it, we can't bring this to trial, and it's your fault, Michael Proctor. So you go and you talk to that family and you tell them that we won't get justice for their son, dad, whoever, and it's your fault. Go tell them. Don't have them looking at me as the DA like I did something wrong. No, you go tell them that you fucked up this investigation and now we can't do anything about it.
That's amazing.
Write that down.
And
if I were her too, you know, I think what put me on the floor the most, and while I have both you wonderful ladies here, I'd love to get y'all's takes on what she did with this, but she barely allowed Dr. Marie Russell, and she even put in her ruling that it was a close call. And this is somebody who is one of the most uniquely qualified experts that you could ask for in this circumstance. And then the prosecution brings up Dr. Crosby. Okay, but on the other hand, you have to remember she did not allow Dr. Rentschler of ARCA to give his opinions about the causation of John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm. And her reasoning, she cited that it was because he was not a medical doctor, and you have to be a medical doctor. And then without even so much as the hearing for Daubert or anything, she allows Crosby, who has a PhD in like animal behavior.
I know. What did y'all think? It's Ms. McKinney's moment. I'm here for her ride.
First time where I started to lean more on the bias side, because like I said, for the most part, I try to give her. I just don't like her style. I just don't like her style of judging. But that's the first time I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And even then, I try to give her some grace, because I'm like, maybe she just doesn't like Dr. Russell for whatever reason. But for you to give this long diatribe about how it was a close call to even let her in, when she is probably more qualified than she needs to be to testify to the things she wants to, and then you just give this little blurb about letting the other doctor in, it's like, okay, all right, something's going on. I don't know what it is. But something is real weird around here, because you made it a point. Like, there's a reason why you wrote that about Dr. Russell, and then you wrote nothing about him. The same way there was a reason you had to say, you know, about the defense when she was talking about how they misled the court, which that's a whole other thing. But then you did nothing about it. It's the reason why you stated that long diatribe about basically trying to say they lied. Who are you talking to? I'm like, who are you talking to? Like, you're wanting somebody to hear this, and I'm not sure who that is yet. But who are you? Because you could have done the same thing for Dr. Russell that you did for him. Give him a quick little blurb. We're going to allow it. He meets Daubert. End of story. Regardless of what your personal are. That's when I first started to go, okay, I've been trying to give you a lot of grace, Judge Cannone, but you're making me look crazy out here.
I know. And, you know, they had to fly Marie Russell out twice from across the country. Britt, you're so right. She is perhaps the most uniquely qualified expert I've ever encountered. Ms. McKinney, I've been practicing for about 25 years. And Marie Russell is like the bomb. She's everything bundled up into a perfect package with a beautiful bow. And you know, I'm sure you saw as you went through the trial that she was essentially undermined by Lally. Now, if you've been following, which I think you are, some of the pretrial antics and Daubert hearings, etc., you know, Brennan has outright insulted her and her experience, calling her opinions and others personal asides, as if she wants this moment in time for like a notch on her wall, like she's some type of hero here who wants fame and fortune. And then to simply say, nope, Crosby will be fine. He can testify about dog bites and puncture wounds and scratches. Or I don't remember if she issued a ruling yet on Gilman, the meteorologist who can now suddenly claim that the ground was hard as a rock, capable of causing a subdural hematoma on a 6-foot-something man weighing over 200 pounds who fell back on it. And I heard
unless he's also a geologist and a medical doctor, you can't talk about that.
Agree.
Anybody else lives in snowy conditions. I've lived in Michigan my whole life, and it snows when it snows. And I've fallen in the snow, and I still got my head. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you talking about? You think if somebody falls on the ground in the snow, it's gonna crack their head open?
Oh, I totally agree. And what are your thoughts, Britt? I feel bad now. I'm hijacking your show. I don't want to do that.
No, you are the show, Nan.
She is the show. She is the show. But let me ask you, what are your thoughts about the timeline of, or I mean, you don't have to be that specific, but the timeline of the afternoon between when Proctor took Karen's vehicle, didn't have a warrant, takes it, fudges the time as to when he took it, gets, then he's got possession of it. It gets in the Sally Port. Then suddenly, once they have possession of it, taillight pieces start appearing. Like, what was it like for you who approached this from like a just virgin territory, soaking all of that in?
It's again how you go, like, okay, then we don't even get there. We don't even get to whether she did it or not, because none of it makes any sense.
Yeah.
You're telling me that you're going to find a clear glass in the snow, but you don't see red taillight pieces in the snow? Yeah. I don't give a shit if the snow is 6 feet deep. I'm going to be like, what is that little red? Is that red in white snow?
And one of them was the size of like a salad plate or something like that. It has been
more believable, and that's the thing. When people lie, they go overboard. That's why it even seems like a lie. Because when you try to make a lie work, you go overboard. It'd have been more believable had it only been one small piece of tail light.
Oh yeah.
Like, okay, well you can miss that. That makes sense. 17,000 pieces of tail light. No, nobody saw. And then again, it's like nobody thinks anybody else has a car. That's not how taillights break. Yeah. They might drop a couple pieces, but they're going to break inside themselves because there's like a hole in there.
Yep.
All the pieces are going to fall inside the taillight. They're not going to like jump off and go stick from where the street is to that fire hydrant where they found a piece of taillight. It's like, did John hit the taillight, cut his arm up, and then take a few pieces and just throw them, see where they end up, and then he fell backwards and hit his head and couldn't get up. Like the things you need to make me believe. And then you give me the videos, and they're inverted. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Is everybody okay? Is y'all cool?
What does your family and friends think about your involvement with?
Do not listen to me. This is why I talk to you people. They're like, girl, you are obsessed. I'm like, I am, and you guys need to be too. This is crazy. Like, they're like, you need to relax. I'm like, I can't. Let me tell you the other piece. And then they're like, okay. And anyway, we're So this is why I ran to TikTok, because I'm like, can't believe you guys never told me about this, and now I have nobody to talk to about this. So now I got to talk to y'all. You are the people I have to talk to.
Yeah, it was either I sit at home and complain to my husband about it, or I at least try to help by getting the word out. You know,
Yeah.
Mr. Britt Happens is tired of hearing about this, so
he sits and listens to me, but I can tell in his head he's like, but he'll sit there because he has no choice. But
Yeah, he's legally obligated to endure it. But you know what? From what I have found, a lot of spouses, people I know who talk about this case, like, and sometimes the spouses are like, "Oh my God, you need a break. Stop talking about this." They all tell me that their husbands end up getting sucked into it. Like they'll watch a little bit of YouTube, or they'll watch more mainstream media, which I'm sure perhaps you'd agree maybe isn't really telling a fair and accurate story. But they get interested.
Story, which is fine. But every time I see, like, I saw one news story, like I think it was older, but I'm like, but you're leaving out pieces. Like, I guess you're telling the story, but that's missing a big chunk.
Well, or inserting things that were not accurate, that were not real. Like when the story first came out, there was a claim that somebody's security camera caught the whole thing.
Yep.
And that wasn't real at all.
Yeah, I think that was even before the trial. So I think they did say like something that was like, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. And then there was another woman, and I'm going to give her some grace here because she is a very big personality. She's a former judge. She's very, very big. So I'm sure that she has people who do her researching and writing for her. But she stated on the air that they found frozen alcohol from John O'Keefe's drink on Karen's bumper.
Oh my God.
You don't think that would have been... Yeah, like alcohol can freeze, first of all. And then secondly, that would have been mentioned in trial. Hank Brennan would have been hanging his hat on that bit.
See, that's the most important piece to me, is like, if any of, well, not any, but if most of what the other side seems to think is true, and they broadcast it out there, if any of that were true, it would have been in trial 1.0. It's not, so that's why I love that Ms. McKinney took it upon herself to just dive right in head first and just approach this with her background and her intellect and her common sense, and then say, wait a minute, like, hold on, I need to really dissect this, because these things aren't adding up. And now I have too many coincidences. Too many people are missing pieces of information. It's not adding up to me. And more people like you. We need more people like you. So
it's like the pieces that you guys tried to fill in didn't make any. There were pieces you could have tried to fill in if you really wanted to fill in some pieces. But the pieces that you were trying to fill in was like, who cares pieces? And again, it's the function of the judge. It feels like they went in there and it was the defense's job to prove her innocent, and that's not their job. But he sounded like they weren't clear on what their job was, which is a problem.
Agreed.
That's for the jury. And I think the defense this time should make that a point, to be like, you understand what your job is, right? Like, if the first sentence in their opening statement should be like, if you got this case right now with no information, your verdict should come back not guilty. Why? Because they haven't proven anything. It shouldn't be, oh, I need more information. Oh, I don't know. They haven't proven anything. If you got this case right now with opening statements, your verdict should be not guilty, and make sure they understand that, because it feels like that first jury, the defense had to climb up mountains to convince them. Yeah. And that's not, you got the wrong person climbing the mountain. That should be loud.
Exactly.
So talking self climbing the mountain, not me.
I like that
It-
approach. I
it-
might actually have to steal that for one of my trials. Like, if after opening statements, you should be coming back with a not guilty because they haven't proven a damn thing. I really
Mhm.
like that.
Yep.
But
Yeah, you should not have to think about opening statements and then think about all the stuff that the defense has to prove. That's not what you're doing here. They haven't proven anything. Right now,
Mhm.
if you got the verdict form right now, your verdict should be not guilty. And if you don't understand why, then you probably should not be on this jury.
Yeah.
did you did Britt, did you go over the or ask Ms. McKinney about the like her thoughts on the timeline, or where the prosecution kind of started out saying everything seemed to happen at 12:45 and then it just got upended and pushed earlier and earlier along the way, and and if you didn't ask her, I would be interested
Right.
to know, Ms. McKinney, if you have any reaction to that did you feel that the fluctuating timeline or the fluid timeline was important to you when you were reviewing the case?
Exactly. That's the point of why I feel like the jury gave everybody the benefit of the doubt, except
Yeah.
because if prosecution doesn't have a firm timeline of when these things happen, then they don't have a case. They
Yeah.
can't just make you assume, and they can't be assuming. When they bring this case to you, they have to have it down. What time did her phone connect to John's Wi-Fi? Like 12:31 or 12:41?
12:36.
12:36. Yep.
12:36. Then you're saying that the collision happened at 12:45. Now make that make sense.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Did she throw
I
her phone
said
to come back, and he was still standing out there because apparently he never went in the house. So she drove all the way to John's house, put her phone down so that it connected to the Wi-Fi, drove back, but meanwhile John's just standing out front waiting on her to hit him. Then she hits him and then goes back. Like, what are we talking about? Like, you can't have these discrepancies in your case. This is your case. If you're not sure, then you don't have a case.
I
You
agree
said that I hit him at 12:45, but I was at home at 12:31. Make that make sense. But it's also the fact that she didn't allow that many demonstratives where I think they probably couldn't keep it straight in their head. And I think the prosecution knew that. So if I throw out a bunch of times, I throw out a bunch of names, I throw out a bunch of tech experts saying ridiculousness that nobody understands, I'll just confuse them. And because I'm the prosecution, believe me. So, I can just throw out a bunch of stuff and everybody's okay with it. Like, it's great, no problem. Because and even with the accident reconstruction, the ARCA experts, when Lolly gets up there, like, well, what if his arm was bent up like this? Or what if, but your expert just told us it was straight. So you can't come and ask me what if it was bent. Which one was it?
Yeah.
Change anything about your case. It's the defense.
Uh-oh. Can you hear her, Nan, or?
She's frozen.
Okay.
She's frozen to me.
Me?
It's struggling. Her Wi-Fi struggling. But it'll come through.
Yeah, she'll come back.
There she is.
Here she is.
You
froze
my
a little
Wi-Fi
bit.
went in and out.
You're good. You're good.
But yeah, it's like, that's the point where it's like you don't even get there. You don't even get to she's guilty because you can't get past all of these problems.
Yep.
Yeah. So refreshing.
They don't even know what happened. If you don't know what happened, how you gonna try to tell me what happened and make me agree with you when you don't even know what happened? But I think the jury didn't understand that. And whoever that foreman was kind of tried to, what we call in compliance is corral the cats, because you got to go through so many different departments to get the same page. And it's a good thing that they weren't, pushed into guilty, but even pushed into a hung jury, it's like, how?
True. Well, and then
go ahead, Britt.
What scared me was hearing Ronnie say, well, the people who were not going to budge off of guilty, their course of thinking was, well, Karen was driving. They both at some point were at 34 Fairview, and someone ended up dead. So because of that, okay, well then by that rationale, everybody else was coming and going around the same time. Anybody could have backed their car into him. Everybody was drinking and driving. So,
And think about how crazy that is, that you're willing to basically take someone's life with that information. And that's it's terrifying. It's terrifying. You're ready to put this woman in prison for who knows how long. Because I feel like if she's found guilty, Judge Cannone is not going light.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the information you have. She was there, he was there, and he's dead. And so, yeah, that's enough. That should scare anybody. The reason it doesn't is because people believe that they'll never be on that side of it. Like, that'll never be me. It'll be someone close to you, I guarantee you. If you allow this sort of justice, it's going to affect you one day in the weirdest way. You start being okay with that being a good enough rationale to send someone to prison. I fear for you. You should be very scared.
Yeah. And I know I had an opportunity recently just to visit for a few days up in the Canton and Dedham area. And a lot of the people whom I met were all saying, this could be us. This could be me. Well, they have strong feelings about the corruption and the overreach of government up there. But they all, not all of them, but most of them said, this could be me, my brother, my loved one. We have to stand up.
All it takes is you to be at the party at the wrong time, at the wrong place at the wrong time. And, you were there and he were there and now he's dead. So must be you.
Yeah, especially if you're not in that in crowd.
Anywhere, I'm going to lock myself in my apartment and not leave. Because I don't want to be anywhere that anybody ends up dead. Because what is happening? That's not enough. That's not enough. And we shouldn't want that to be enough.
Exactly. All that happened, the only reason Karen was at that defendant's table and not anybody else who was at that house that night is that she did not win the popularity contest among them.
Yeah, it seemed very cliquey. Seems like a very cliquey bunch to me.
Very. Now, I have a question for you, Nan, because one thing I don't understand.
This is your moment, Ms. McKinney.
I'm like, I don't get it. It's not making sense to me, and I don't know if I'm just thinking too deep into it. But it's about
hit me, girl.
It's about Judge Cannone and her berating of the defense about the ARCA experts.
Ooh.
Because here's my thinking: she swears that they lied or misled about paying for them. And I don't understand that, because I feel like if I was on the defense team and she asked me, did I pay them? I would also say no. Because in my head, I would be assuming that you meant, did I pay them to do their research? Because one thing for me is, if I expect you to know something and you ask me a question, I automatically assume that you're not asking me about the thing you know. You're asking me about something else. So it's like, everybody knows that these men didn't fly to Massachusetts for free.
Yep.
Like they didn't take their own time and fly up here and stay and then come to this first hearing and then have to go to court. Like, everybody knows that they didn't do that for free. Like, that somebody had to pay them to do that part. And that I'm asking them to do this, so that it was me. So if you ask me that I pay them, I am already assuming that that's not what you're talking about. Because you already know that. So what is she saying that they lied about?
So, a lot of people, that's a great question. And I feel like honored that you're asking me a question on a stream that I had no idea I was going to be asked to join. But thank you, Britt, so much for having me. That's a great question. So my understanding is that Judge Cannone, after we get past the whole, she has grave concerns, and, Brennan made it sound like a bunch of material misstatements were made by the defense on the record in open court and in pleadings. Once you got past all of that, it sounded to me that when she issued her findings, I guess it was this week, maybe Tuesday, that she was very hung up on the fact that in the pretrial discovery, that the reciprocal discovery, that the defense did not make it abundantly clear that they did receive an invoice and that they paid it and what it was for. That was one of my takeaways. But one of my other takeaways was that, and I don't go through all these pleadings, Ms. McKinney. Like, I rely on other content creators to literally read them to me half the time. And everyone serves such a vital purpose in that regard. But my understanding is that Judge Cannone feels like the defense made it very clear that we have no relationship with ARCA and we didn't pay them, even if there was a $20-something thousand reimbursement for travel expenses. And, it literally was what do they call that? Like a drop bill. Like these guys, like, as you said, they're not coming up to Massachusetts out of the goodness of their heart. Yeah, I don't think the federal government was going to pay them to go, but there was a reimbursement. The bill came in after the trial. And it sounded to me, based on everything that Alessi was saying in his argument, that, they paused and said, oh my God, like, are we paying this? Do we pay this? I've had that happen to me. Not the same set of facts, but where I've gotten an invoice from an expert on something where I'm like, wait, I'm not supposed to be paying this. A co-defendant is supposed to be paying this. So you pick up the phone, make a phone call, but they needed to be reimbursed. I think that does not, and I'm sure you would agree, the fact that they were paid for their travel, lodging, accommodations has nothing to do with the fact that they were paid for giving their opinions, preparing their report, or reaching findings that ultimately were favorable to Karen. But honestly, I think I call her Judge Bev. I feel like Judge Bev, her ruling is so, in my opinion, so biased, so disproportionate as it compares to some of the other missteps that the prosecution has made. Like you mentioned, the inverted video, the late rolling out of more and more Sallyport video, even as we're ticking up to trial now. So when I look at that, I go, why is she getting her black robe all in a bunch? I'm going to try to keep this PG, Britt. She's getting her black robe all up in a bunch, and we can't understand what the big deal is. And it really is not. It's a nothing burger, as I say, and most people would say.
Like, she made it seem like they were lying about, because if the only thing you've seen is that hearing, and you hear her calling, saying lying and candor to the court, I know that you would assume, oh, did they hire the experts to do the testing? Like, that's the way she
exactly.
As if they had actually paid them to do the testing. Paying them to travel, it seems like
it's different.
Like, why are we
much? Like, you know what I meant, lady. Like, that.
Like, okay, and I don't know. Okay, so it doesn't make sense. That's the thing.
Yeah, make it make sense to me.
There is no to be made from it.
I have a question for you. I feel like we're playing like Pong or something. Now I have a question for you. What are your feelings about the judge's position on, I'm going to say, forcing the defense to articulate their third party culprit defense and naming? Do you feel that they had to name who they feel are the third party culprits in court as they did the other day?
I didn't like that. And again, it's why I'm like, okay, Judge, you got me all here looking crazy. I be trying not to call you. Be trying not to say you're biased. But every time I say that, you do something crazy. And it's like, wait, because I should, first of all, the only reason Brennan asked for it is because he wants to know how to structure his prosecution.
Yep.
Amen.
I should not have to give that to them.
And they had to turn over like all of their impeachment evidence and all that.
now they know, okay, so now we have to find all the evidence for Brian, and Colin to point the other way. Because first of all, their whole case was a case disproving Jen McCabe. They did very little about Reed. Like, this was a trial within a trial about Jen McCabe. And now their second trial is going to be a trial within a trial about Brian, and Colin. I shouldn't have had to give you that. I should have been able to say, we have somebody in mind, or we have some folks in mind, so we can quell his little concerns about not having a third party culprit. I prefer not to say who they are, but the trial will happen.
And that essentially was the position they took before trial 1.0, where I don't know if it was Alan Jackson or David Yannetti even said, like, to the judge in a pretrial hearing, like, we don't have to tell you, we don't have to commit to what our third party culprit defense is. And now fast forward to March of 2025, before trial 2.0, we now have David articulating these three individuals. But I'm going to make my opinion known, and maybe you have a similar one or not. But even if he identified those three, which, you know, he's basically was forced to do Hank Brennan a favor by identifying them. But the judge has said, well, they're not allowed to even identify a third party culprit defense in opening statements, which is ridiculous. Okay. But now it is my feeling and legal opinion, that is, that even if those three individuals, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert, are the, quote, third-party culprits, there are a handful, and I've never believed it was, all of the 13 plus people, and it means all of these people are lying. But there are a handful of individuals beyond the three who would be responsible legally, meaning from a culpability standpoint, for being accessories and or accessories after the fact, or conspirators. So don't get very comfortable, McAlberts, because while three were identified as perhaps having hands-on, there are others who I do believe were involved in the conspiracy and cover-up.
Absolutely. Because there are some people, I think, who are just like Brian Albert Jr.
Yeah.
I believe that he was just like, I don't know what's going on. Like, he gets me like, it was my birthday, man. All this shit's going on. I don't know. Like, there are some people who I think were like completely in the dark, and they are just telling their story. And then there's other people who are like, they don't know what happened, but they think something happened, so they're altering their story a little bit. And then there's just blatant fucking liars.
Who might you be referring to, Ms. McKinney?
Jen McCabe is a blatant fucking liar. Brian Albert,
tell the tooth emojis in the chat, guys.
Colin Albert, blatant liar. Matt McCabe, blatant liar. Of course, Proctor, blatant liar. Most of the cops who testified, blatant liars.
I love it.
Just lying. The one girl who said, I saw a blob in the snow, you're a liar.
Britt, remind me to send you a dozen of your favorite foods or alcohol for giving me this firsthand moment today.
Oh, shucks. Of course. I'm all, Nan knows she's always welcome here.
Like, no way a body looks like a blob in the snow. I know y'all were 3 sheets to the wind. I know y'all were messed up, but I can still, and listen, I'm blind as a bat. Okay. I can rarely see my hand in front of my face without glasses or contacts.
Me too.
And I feel like I would see a body in the snow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. And honestly, I've always had the opinion that his body would have been easier to see with snow on the ground than if it had just been like dark and there were grass outside.
Agreed.
Like, maybe in the grass, he looks like a black Bob, but in the snow, he looks like at least the dog. At least. Yeah. You at least think it's something living.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? Is that a dog? Is that a person? I would probably think it was something else without my glasses. But if I had my contacts in, which I probably would have if I was out drinking that night, I would be able to tell, who is that? when I first heard the opening statements, I was like, that don't sound right. But I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. And then when I saw a picture, and they keep saying the bodies in the snow outside the house. And so before I saw a picture of the house, I'm thinking there must be bushes or trees or something there. Like there's a reason why all these people that are leaving and coming didn't see a body if they're saying it's been there since 12:45.
Yeah.
There's got to be a tree, a bush, or something. When I see the outside of that house and there's nothing, oh hell no. Y'all are either very comfortable. Maybe I'm from the ghetto and I'm always aware of my surroundings or something. But there's no way you leave from where that front door is, or even that side door is, and get in your car and drive down the street and not see his body. If that's
I agree.
Some of them would have had to walk right by it.
There's no way. There's just no way.
Mm-hmm.
And again, these are the hurdles that people who want to say she did it will have to jump over in order to make me believe that she did it. And I don't think you can. Maybe one person not seeing it, maybe even two, but all the people that were in that house that night, no, not one person seeing it is less believable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I agree. And then the one who claims to have seen a blob did not admit to that until a year plus later, whenever that was.
Or didn't say
it was like 2 years after the fact.
Was
you
it
saw
2?
The blob and you got in the car and didn't go, what's that? Y'all see that?
She was too busy talking about peanut butter sandwiches with Jen McCabe. But yes, there's definitely, I really have issues with Julie Nagel. The whole, suddenly remembers that she saw a blob in the snow years later and then finally identifies it, which I want to say, did she identify it for the first time at trial? I don't remember that, but
I don't remember
it was
either.
well after the fact. But
Brian, Jackson asked her, like, you've never said that before. And because apparently all these people said stuff and nobody wrote it down. Okay, well then y'all are doing the job for the defense of proving that this police department is either very dumb or just inept. Because how are y'all saying all these things and nobody ever writes it down?
Oh, I agree.
And then even just in that night too, going back to that night, what bothers me, like you said, Nan, about Julie, was that, you had your brother come pick you up. Okay. That was odd to me. He took the trouble to come and drive you. And then he sat there long enough to say in a text, okay, I'm going to leave now, because he had been sitting out there for however long. And then she comes out and tells him, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm going to find a different ride home. You can go.
He's a nice brother. My brother would have dragged me in a car. No, I came all the way up here.
Yeah.
My brother was like, I didn't drive over here for nothing.
See, Britt, that point, though, makes me now want to ask Ms. McKinney if you watch Microdots videos.
Yep.
Do you follow Microdots?
No, but somebody told me to watch that, and I need to.
I'm gonna send you his channel. I'll text him to you. He's such a talented visualist, and so he's actually local and knew Officer John O'Keefe in life, and he does such an eloquent job.
The prosecution's telling either.
Right.
Say that again. I didn't.
He doesn't believe this story the prosecution is.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
No.
But he does. I don't even know what you would call it. It's like digital design imagery. I'm woefully mischaracterizing his skill set, but he puts together the most miraculously, beautifully crafted,
watch that,
condensed videos telling the story. And the most recent one, which I know he dropped on Patreon last week and now has hit YouTube. I think it's like 24 minutes or so. You should watch it, because that Brit is the one where he does spend a little time on Julie Nagel, and the fact that when the brother pulls up was like apparently a very, very pivotal time period for all that went down.
I'm
Okay.
looking this up
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
because our brother, and this is one where I was like, okay, so how do you explain that? Because was it her brother? I don't know. Somebody in that car said that they drove past Karen and she was by herself.
Yes, all three. I believe it was all
Yeah.
three in the vehicle. The brother. I don't.
There was a friend.
Your
Yeah.
chat will have to forgive me. I don't know the names of all those individuals in the car without hearing them. But it was three of them in the car, and they all pulled up at some point next to Karen's vehicle, and none of them identified John in the car. They
But where was he?
identified a woman with long hair.
So where was
And they
he?
said specifically she
Ryan,
was
and Ricky.
alone.
Fill in for if you think she did it. If he's not in the car, that means he laid out on the road. And if Julie just came out to the car, she don't see him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
They drive past her, they don't see him. Like this is a whole that doesn't make sense, and it's like the prosecution wants you to just look. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Don't worry about it. Just
pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, right?
Yes.
Just forget all of that. Forget you heard that. That's not what we're talking. That's not what we're here to say. But I want to know though, where was he? Because
I'm telling you, you're going to want to watch Microdots. You're going to watch that. Yeah.
I'm going to watch it. I have.
Yeah.
Is it called The Drop Off, Nan?
It is.
The video you're referring to? Okay. I just found it. Guys in the chat, make sure you go watch The Drop Off by Microdots. And if you haven't subscribed to him already, what are you doing? What on earth are you doing?
And for anybody who joined, like, I wasn't planning to be here, but Britt asked me, and I'm loving every moment of it, soaking up Miss McKinney's like complete, just queen goddess knowledge of this case. So I thank you again, Britt, for letting me pop in.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining. We you're always welcome. Anytime you want a link, you just tell me. Me casa es su casa.
I'm not leaving now. I just want to hear more of her. I want to hear more.
Well, before we keep going, there are a lot of comments in the chat, a lot of questions that I want to make sure we get to. So, and Nan, please feel free to hang out through all this. Amy, thank you so much for your 5. What about the defense having to hand over impeachment materials? So crazy. So nice to see you both today. Thank you, Amy. So, ladies, what are your thoughts on? We kind of touched on it a little bit.
What did they have to hand over?
So, okay, there's a lot that the defense had to hand over as far as impeachment evidence.
And they have all these videos that are trickling in. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, do you remember Jennifer McCabe's testimony where she had to explain what she was doing at Michael Lank's house? The day after the event, that had to get handed over by the defense from the defense to the prosecution prior to trial. They were intending
because the prosecution know that?
The defense knew, and they were forced to hand it to the prosecution.
The prosecution
that she went to Lank's
house. Isn't that interesting? Why you didn't want to tell anybody, Jen? Why you didn't want to tell anybody he was at Lank's house? Huh? Like, what are
we... up until about trial time, she hadn't told anybody.
Not because she wasn't supposed to be there. That was not part of the story. And if she could have never said it, she would have never said it. Because why were you there? That's a big question for me. Why were you there? If they were going to drop somebody's daughters off, what you need? Why? Who came and got you? Why are you even in this picture at all? It's like Charhan, and that's when I started to think like, okay, it seems like she's the mastermind of this. Because why are you just everywhere? Why are you everywhere at all times? You just have no reason to be in the car with those two people. Like, why are you here?
And then if you're just dropping someone off and staying an hour,
you never intended to drop somebody off. Y'all were going over there to get the story straight. The story that you said you already knew. You already knew that she said she hit him. So what are y'all talking about? There's not much to talk about. You know what happened. That's like a 5-minute conversation.
Yeah, unbelievable. Randy, thank you so much for your $4.99er. She says, anyone else think it's a good idea to scan the deliberation room for bugs? Commonwealth has more than proved they're capable of dirty moves. Hopefully they already do that.
But what would that do? If the jury's already deliberating, it's not much they can do at that point.
Yeah. No one, I mean, these are your questions, Ms. McKinney, but I feel like, honestly, I have more distrust of the law enforcement knowing the jurors' identities, following jurors, keeping tabs on them, doing their own research, influencing them, maybe even, and God, I hope not, putting a plant or, getting to someone on the jury. That concerns me more.
Yeah, once they're deliberating, you should know what they're saying, but I don't think that's going to do anything for the prosecution. But I want to know, maybe there is, but how do they find a jury who hasn't heard something about this case? And I don't, in that county, it seems like they had to hear a little more than something. So I think it's going to be her trying to make sure that even though they heard something, they can still keep an open mind. And like from what I've seen of the people that listen to this trial, they are firmly on one side or the other. I have not talked to anybody who's like, oh, I don't know. They're either like she did it or she absolutely didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody knows about it, and like you said, Ms. McKinney, if they can really just approach with an open mind, common sense, and convey through the voir dire process that they are able to, make a reasoned decision free from bias. That's all they can hope for. But this whole case is gonna boil down to jury selection, as far as
that stage is going to take a long time too.
Yeah, because I think the defense is going to be even more strategic in their jury selections this time. Like listening to those jurors, I know they were like, "What?"
Remind me, Ms. McKinney, what do you think about the ideal jurors? If you were picking the jury, what kind of individuals or backgrounds or age groups or any demographics would you look for?
I would want women. I would want a very diverse background.
Mm-hmm.
I think that very blatantly, you need a Black person on that jury. Just because we're very skeptical of the police, and we're always asking questions. Like, wait a minute, what? That doesn't make any sense. I think that, not to be like rude or disrespectful, but just from my experience, older white people are a lot more trusting of police and what they say. They just, for whatever reason, believe that they're always telling the truth, or they don't have a reason to lie, or
generally speaking,
like I've heard a lot of people in my comments like, oh, that's just how cops talk. Okay, and that doesn't mean it's okay. Like,
right?
What? If that's just how cops talk, let's do something about that. Let's not just say that's how
it happens all the time. Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? So yeah, I would want a more diverse jury, and I would want more women than men.
Can we put you on the jury? You just described yourself.
Yeah. Like, I think there can be some men, just because I feel like, again, with Brian Higgins, I think they wanted to put him on the stand to kind of besmirch Karen and get those text messages, because listen, those text messages about the kids were pretty mean. But I have kids. That don't mean I like other people's kids. Okay. I mean, like, they were pretty messed up, but like, I mean, as somebody who has kids, and I know that my kids get on people's nerves, I get it. I know that there's some people around here with text messages about my kids, like, this little one is crazy. I know that there's text messages out there. So I think they tried to put those messages out to really besmirch her.
Yeah, to establish a motive. Yeah.
Not even just establish one, just to make them look at her like away.
Yeah,
right.
True.
But it didn't. I think you can get some men on the jury who would look at Brian and be like, man, you smiling in this man's face and asking him if he coming and hugging him and slapping him up and slapping fives, and whole time you're texting his girl. Like, come on, bro. Like,
I gotta ask now. do you? I can't help myself, Britt. Ms. McKinney, do you what are your thoughts about what transpired between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins? Like, was she into him? Yeah, do you have any opinions there?
I don't think she was into Mr. Thickneck. I think she was bored. I think of all of them there, he was the single one.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, well, John's out here doing whatever he's doing. So I'm just gonna when I'm mad at him or when I'm irritated with him, I'm just gonna need somebody else to give my attention to. But those text messages to him made me feel like she was never going to go further than that. Like, it seemed like she was bringing him along. I just need somebody to talk to when I'm bored or when I'm mad, but that's it.
Or to make yourself feel better too,
yeah, because sometimes you just want to feel like you still got it because your man at home acting dumb. Mm-hmm. But that don't mean I'm going over there with you in your big old head.
You know, Ms. McKinney, you're about to inspire a whole slew of handles on either Twitter or YouTube.
We've already got one. Here she is, or he. Sorry, I'm not gonna assume, but is y'all cool? Is already a Twitter handle.
Is y'all cool? Like, you really have to ask people, like, is y'all cool? Is this?
Yeah.
This
in your honor, Miss McKinney.
That's amazing.
Here's the next question from Queen Miss Little. I'm going for my bachelor's in criminal justice. In this case, help me decide to apply for law school after. Oh, wonderful, Queen Miss Little. Congratulations, and I hope you get in. However, I'm 37 and have been told that I'm too old. I messed up life early on, but now I'm 4 years sober. Congratulations, Queen Miss Little. Am I too late in the day too old? Oh.
Yeah, for 3 years. In 3 years, you'll be 40. That's not too old. Absolutely not. I think about going to nursing school right now, and I'm 37. So no.
Never too late.
You're 37. You still have, God willing, another 40, 50 years to be alive. Like, what are you talking about?
100%.
Oh, yeah. I when I went to law school, I went when I started when I was 22, and I graduated when I was 25. And there were people significantly more mature than I was in my class, and they were some of the top students in my class.
Yeah,
because they had life experience. I was still new and starting out, so it is never too late.
You're more, you know, that this is what you want to do when you're older. Like when I was in undergrad and law school, the older students were always just more prepared. They were studying more while we were out partying and drinking. Like,
yeah. And then let me just say, Miss Little, that the recovery community, could use for there to be less of a stigma. And the more success stories that are out there, like one that could be yours by, going to law school, even if you're what they might call a late bloomer, you would be a success story out there that could help inspire someone else to, put down whatever is burdening them and make a life for themselves and contribute to society in ways that they didn't believe that they could. So I hope that you do that, and not just for yourself, but maybe to be an inspiration to somebody else who might be having the same type of feelings that you are, who's considering taking a big leap in their own life. So thank you for that.
In my law school, he was 52. He was already a doctor, but he was starting law school. So
go for
all
it.
The
it's
time.
Never too late.
All About the Shade says reasonable doubt seems to be explained and explained again to the jurors. It's like they don't get the concept. What did y'all think? Because I felt like it really wasn't driven home the way that, had I been on the defense team, I probably would have.
I think it's because they were so, especially in closing arguments, they were limited to an hour. So you really have to hit points. But I think if they had gotten a little more time, that would have been a big, and I think it is now. After listening to that juror, you will see how this opening, this closing, this case changes. They're going to drill home what reasonable doubt is. I think after every point that Jackson made, he should have been like, and that's reasonable doubt. And now let's move on to the crack tail light. And after he made that point, and that's reasonable doubt. And now let's move on to all the phone issues. And after he made that point, that's reasonable doubt. Like, I think they'll hit it more because they know that at least the jury in this area is not getting it.
What do you think, Nan?
Oh my God. You don't need to ask me, Britt. Like, this is her moment. I'm just watching with a front row seat. But they need to hammer reasonable doubt. She's absolutely correct. And the time limit is tough, but you can hammer it home in your opening without making an argument. It's really opening statements, and you can kind of creatively pepper it in through all of your questioning. It's an art. And it can't really be taught. And she's got some really great lawyers who will know how to do it. But they're not going to rest on their laurels this time. It will be paramount. I guarantee it.
For closing for an 8-week trial seemed ridiculous to me.
Oh, 100%. But
Like,
if Bev wanted to get to her summer cottage at that point.
Clearly, she needed to do something, because you had 8 weeks of trial, and you're going to limit me to condensing all that information into an hour. Does not seem
well. And
so I feel like I remember law school, and it was something like it's either half an hour or an hour per week. I don't know. Haven't talked about it in a long time. So 8 weeks, technically, you should at least get 4 or 5 hours for closing. Now, you definitely don't want to make an 8-hour closing, because we're going to stop listening. The jury's going to stop listening. But an hour is not enough time, especially in this case when there's so many things I need.
Yeah.
There is a lot.
So many things, and the jury can't read anything back. There's no read backs.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and I'm sure everybody was really fatigued and tired and at their wits' end. And I've had to argue where there's been time limits, but no judge has ever said to me, beep, your time is up. Usually it's kind of more of what you may remember from moot court, Ms. McKinney. You kind of get your 5-minute warnings or something like that. It's winding down, and you can kind of read the room, read the judge. And then if you still have some points to make, it's not like Lally had to do, which was, can I please make one more sentence? I just have one more sentence. I need to quote James Adams, or, it's one of those things that she could have been more flexible. That's a stupid thing to put your foot down on.
And she does it a lot. She cuts them off. And again, I was giving her that's a style thing, but I hate that she does that. I hate that they'll just be in the middle of a question and she's like, it's time for our break. Like, you couldn't wait till I finish this question. Like, what? Jesus Christ. Like, it's almost scary, especially when I'm like watching it like in the background of something, and she'll just cut in and I'll go, Jesus.
Yeah, it's very startling. By the way, it's John I misstated, it's John Adams. So for
all good, man.
I do know my presidents, but you're right though, Ms. McKinney. Like she swoops in for the stupidest things. Plus, she doesn't have, or at least for 1.0, didn't have 5 days a week. Full days. So that trial could have been condensed, although I am predicting this is going to be longer. Brennan is much more thorough than Lally. I disagree with you though, Ms. McKinney. I heard you earlier. I forget what word you used to describe Brennan, but I still maintain that he's a complete idiot. But that's my opinion. And he's not, I think
to have gotten where he is, which is why I can't understand why he's here. Like, if you're a special prosecutor, means they call you in, which means they think you're one of the top. They think you're probably the best of the best. There's no way the best of the best looks at the facts of this case and goes, yeah, I'll take it. I know in the background he's like what did you give me? Now I have to do all this stuff to try to make it look like I care and try to make it look like this is a winner when this is absolutely not a winner. Like, ask for privileged communications. Like, that is blowing my mind. I hate that motion so much. I hate that you think to do that. Like, you're pushing it, Vernon.
Sick. Yeah.
You're pushing it.
Thank you all about the shade. All right, so we've got Sweet Sue 16 with your $4.99er. Thank you so much. She says they have to all be getting paid off to frame Karen, like the judge, prosecutors, etc. Like framing Derek in the Diddy case.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it could be blackmail, it could be influence, it could be just, you know, they call it incestual, right? When it's like these small towns and everybody kind of knows everybody, and you know, I help you here.
Don't want to go to jail. Like, I think, like Nan said, even if you think that the 3 people who actually did something to him were the 2 Bryans and Colin, everybody else is still implicated in some way that will put them in jail if an investigation was actually done.
Agreed.
Maybe not in that time, because it seems like they run it, but you'd get probation, parole, or something for assisting somebody move a dead body and then hide the facts from the cops. So they don't have to be getting paid. They just don't want to go to jail.
Yep.
So true.
And people will do interesting things to not go to jail.
Yes. Thanks so much, Buzzing for Truth, for your deuce. He didn't come out either. 3 cameras on the house. Yeah, I think we're talking about Brian. We were talking about Brian Albert. I'm sorry, y'all, that it took me so long to get to y'all's comments. I just didn't want to interrupt the flow, man. There was some chemistry going on.
Who? They had cameras on the Albert house?
I think she's talking about Tom Kelleher, who also did not come outside. He just he said, "Hey, I've got an already open pack of these, so y'all can collect your blood evidence. Oh, and I've got one of these Stop and Shop bags that you can."
He didn't have to come out. Do you know how much stuff I watch from my Ring camera? I just turn it on and I don't have to look out the window. I can just
True. I can be nosy from my couch.
I don't look as nosy, but I'm seeing everything that's going on. So he didn't have to come out. But I did find that surprising that Brian Albert and crew did not have cameras. I don't know a lot of cops who don't have cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
And apparently they don't lock their doors. Apparently they don't lock their doors at the Albert home either.
No, the whole block is cops. Apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
The 50% off mortgage sale over there.
He had just gotten new cameras and he hadn't installed them yet or something, but
that just works that way.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're a cop, I mean, I'm not law enforcement and I have, you know, one on this corner, one on that corner, one at my front porch, one that looks over my driveway, one that's inside right on the right when you walk in the front door for my foyer. So, I mean,
if they don't have, it just makes me wonder what they got going on in that house that they don't want recorded.
Oh, I agree. And apparently no one should ever try to rob Britt because her house is 40.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, we here in Florida, we take our security and protection very seriously. So.
Oh, yeah.
So T-Shaw says with $4.99, thank you so much. If the guilty crew cared as much about Officer John O'Keefe as they say they do, they would be rioting at the MSP about this investigation. Exactly. That is my whole theory.
Yeah.
That is my thesis about this whole case. They should be equally mad.
Yep.
Should be more mad because, like I said, we can have our debates about police officers and what they do and whether they're good cops, bad cops. We know they're bad cops because we heard of Michael Proctor, but they're still police officers should get gold star investigations when something happens to them. Like their investigation should be better than anybody else's investigation. Like it should be people at the police station saying, I didn't get that sort of, y'all didn't look into my case that deep and it would be okay. And we're not because this is a cop. And the fact that this is investigation that they gave a police officer, even the Boston PD, like, cause he was on Boston, not Canton, right?
Right.
I thought the Boston PD should be down there like, what the hell's going on? You lost our officers and this is what y'all doing?
That's what the LV cops, if you don't follow them on YouTube, you definitely should. The LV cops, who have been quite outspoken on this case, have said, the cops would have been all over this from, frankly, all of the local jurisdictions, but notably Boston as well. Officer down. And Jen McCabe, when she made the 911 call, she never said, there's a police officer down, nothing.
No.
She just said there's a guy on the yard or whatever she said, gave him no indication that there was a law enforcement officer down, which would have changed the whole equation.
She said it like right as they were hanging up, but you know what she did first? She name dropped the Alberts.
Yep.
She said, she gave the address, and then as they're confirming the address, she goes, yes, it's the Albert residence.
Yeah, because they know who that is. They know who.
They know.
The one first responder know the daughter and try to act like she didn't. Like that. That's again when I started to go, okay, what is happening? Why is this something that you don't want to tell the truth about? If it's a small town, if you went to high school with the daughter, okay, why not say, yeah, like I went to high school with her. Sometimes we hang out. We're at the same parties. She tried to act like they never even spoke. Meanwhile, they found 50 pictures of y'all together. Let me tell you something.
Yeah. If you're posting on Facebook about it, it happened. Like that
I knew from school that I was in one picture one time 15 years ago. But if I'm in a picture with them more than 3 times, I know them.
Oh, yeah.
I can call them on the phone. There's not a place where this random person that I don't really know is always at the same place as me and always being pictured with me. Otherwise, I'm calling the police because I got.
And keep in mind, because impeachment materials have to be handed over beforehand, before the trial, they all knew on the prosecution side that there was going to be questioning like this of that particular EMT or whatever she was, fire department EMT. I can't think of her name.
Yeah, that's what it's going to spend his time on this time.
So if you think of it this way, if you now really understand that the impeachment evidence gets handed over beforehand, the other side gets tipped off, they know how to prep their witnesses. That particular woman whose name is escaping me, who was asked, do you know Caitlin Albert? And she said, well, I went to school with a Caitlin Albert.
Like she had no idea. Like, come on.
So it adds a whole new layer to
familiar.
it.
Yeah.
Right. But meanwhile, she knew she was going to be asked questions about their relationship, but she gave that answer. That tells me, from a common sense standpoint, in retrospect, everything I need to know about her. And it was giving me the bugs then. Now it really bothers me.
I'm saying when I first I went to school with somebody that name. Girl, you know why you here? Do you?
Y'all know.
Do you know where you are? Why are you acting like you've never heard that name before? Even if you hadn't heard that, even if it was true, just say y'all didn't have a bunch of pictures together. When you were called to be a witness on this case, you knew who she was then. The answer to that question should have not been, I went to school with somebody by that name. It should have been, yes.
Correct. Which tells me also Lally sucks at prepping witnesses.
Clearly, by side, it's going to be much better. Brendan's going to be much better because when he would ask them, like, when's the last time you talked to the prosecution? And I can tell if they were actually lying, because I wanted to say they were lying because in my head, there's no way this prosecution team has not talked to these people in a week or 2 weeks. Like,
right.
So, but maybe they were telling the truth and Lally was just terrible at talking to his witnesses, but it feels like Lally doesn't believe in this case either. So he's like, I don't even want to talk to you. I don't even want you to come in here lying to me. Let me hear the first time you lie, be on the stand. Okay? Because don't come in here talking crazy. I don't even know what you're going to say. Go ahead. Just go.
You were so refreshing.
Y'all, I hope you're writing down everything that Miss McKinney says today. Yes, Queen Miss Little, thank you again. So yes, very, very, very good point. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, all these people who claimed to be friends with Officer John O'Keefe did not bother coming to his funeral.
Why? Was there like protests or something?
Well, here's the thing. And we have to remember that if we believe that something happened in that house, and John O'Keefe did have defense wounds, okay? Somebody got punched too. Somebody, and Colin, if you remember, I don't know if you know this, Miss McKinney, in the weeks following the incident, Colin's knuckles were torn.
Yeah, I saw that picture. They put that picture up.
Yeah. And then he gave some story about catching himself on the ice like a gorilla or something, because everybody else would flat palm to catch themselves, but not Colin. He catches himself with his fists. So,
really interesting individual.
Yeah.
On the
So
stand.
if you say had injuries from a physical altercation, you would give yourself away by showing up at that funeral.
Yeah. Not your good friend. So not even Jen?
I don't remember if Jen was there.
I don't think so.
That's your good friend who you can't, because that's another thing too. I can't remember the one, I want to say Roberts, what's her name?
Carrie Roberts.
Is she the only one that had any emotion on the stand about this whole case? Like nobody else had any sort of sniffle, not even a crack in their voice. It's like, this was y'all good friend, right? Like, this was y'all good friend.
Now, Jen was staring lasers at Jackson, but you're right.
Know, like, do you think you're likable right now? Do you think you're believable? Yep. Like, what is happening? No way that you think that this is a good look for you. But apparently they did, and apparently somebody believed it, because I don't know how. But she immediately came off as like, oh, because she was just places that she had no reason to be. Why are you there for all the interviews? Why are you there at the house with the girls when they were going to, I forget his name.
Yep.
Why are you here? Like, you're just everywhere you don't need to be. You have no reason to be. And Colin, who couldn't remember a thing, anytime somebody gets on the stand after such a traumatic incident where these points should be lasered into your brain.
Yeah.
And you get up
like
there
it was yesterday.
You get up there and don't remember anything, I don't believe you.
Me too.
I automatically.
That was another great little one-liner from you, Miss McKinney. I have to congratulate you and compliment you on it when you said, "Are you guys just coming across dead bodies in the snow so often that it doesn't leave a traumatic imprint on your brain? Like, how are you not remembering?"
Oh, motion. I would remember everything. I remember there was a leaf right there. The wind blew to the west. There was an arm over here, and then she tapped me on my shoulder. Like, that's something that would just be permanently imprinted on me. And I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't even know my name. I don't even know why I'm here. I don't even know what's going on. Like, what's happening? And the fact when Colin was very interesting to me, because I think Jackson did an amazing job. I think it was very smart of him to show those videos of him playing the tough guy, because you're sitting up here in your little sweater vest, but this is who you really are.
Yeah.
So, this is what's really going on outside of this courtroom, because you're trying to sit here, and I've never been in a fight. It's that so. Here's a video right here where
Mr.
you're
Tough
saying,
Guy.
Like, why is that something to lie about? Why do you think it matters? Why do you think it's important that you say I've never been in a fight if you had nothing to do with anything? Because in my mind, me being in a fight has nothing to do with this. So yeah, I've been in a fight. I've been in a couple fights. I fought all the time.
Right.
What that got to do with me and John O'Keefe? I don't understand.
Yep.
That's what a reasonable person would say. And in the jurisdictions that I practice in, which is New Jersey, New York, and Washington, D.C., we have a jury charge that's called false in one, false in all. So if you find that a witness is not credible on a particular fact. Something so stupid as that fact you were just referencing. Like, why do you have to lie about never being in a fight? The jury is entitled to draw inferences that they lied about other pieces of their testimony.
Because if you lie about insignificant things,
yep,
you'll definitely lie about the big ones.
Exactly.
Mhm.
This doesn't even matter. Like when Brian Higgins, oh my gosh. When Jackson goes, so she ignored you. And he goes, well, I don't know.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, did she respond to you? Well, no. I mean, I don't know what her mindset was. She probably didn't see it. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what's the point you want to fight me on? And that's why I think Brennan is going to better coach them. Like, this is not a point you need to go back and forth with him about. This is something just let him have, because it makes no difference. This, like, the points y'all want to back and forth me about, it just makes me feel like y'all are being difficult for the sake of being.
Yep.
And it's not helping you.
But you know what, though? Higgins, there's one, I agree with you. There's one exception to that, and it's Higgins. I don't think Higgins' ego would ever let him say or admit that she wasn't that into him or that she ignored him. He's something special.
He's a piece of something. I don't know what. Well,
I love you. I love you.
I'm gonna leave that to people's imaginations, but he's a piece of something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it there.
You just fill in the blank in your heads.
I hear that they have a video of him at the Sally Port on the phone.
Yeah.
But they say, when he says, I didn't talk to anybody that night.
Yeah, 1:30 in the morning, newly produced Sally Port video. Why it was not produced sooner is the mystery of the story, and we can't get really a straight, consistent answer from the Commonwealth. But yeah, 1:30 in the morning on the phone. He said he didn't talk to anyone that night.
Oh, I wonder what his excuse. Oh, I forgot. I just remembered. I had oh, okay. Too bad we can't see, since she threw a phone in the bag at the Army.
Yep. Maybe it was a butt dial. Maybe it was a butt dial that he made, and he was just walking outside, talking on the phone. You know, people are joking like, oh, he was probably ordering a pizza or this and that. But he's gonna have a hard time.
Administrative duties. Like, this is why what I kept before I listened to the juror, I could not believe how you get all these facts and you just you have to ignore them, because again, it's not the way people communicate.
Yep.
You didn't think they had videos of you going back to the police station, which is why you said administrative duties.
Yep.
Because administrative duties, you know that nobody hears that and thinks, oh yeah, he went to move cars.
Yep.
Nobody. That's not the way people communicate. You would say,
and who after
I had to move some cars around.
Right.
That's what you would say.
Agreed.
You know that when people do administrative duties, they think you're doing something on the computer, they think you're filing some paperwork, whatever. You had to switch that up and make it seem like, yeah, what do you mean? Administrative duties. That makes sense. No, it does not.
Not after a long day of traveling to and from New York for a funeral, drinking all evening, right? Going to the Alberts post-bar gathering. And then he even stated during his testimony in his cross-examination, you know, it had been a long day and I just wanted to go home. And Alan says, but you didn't go home. You went to the police department.
You know why? Because if they have nothing else in Canton, say it with me, Britt, they have alcohol and audacity.
Yep.
Yeah.
And audacity.
Because what do you mean? Who goes to work drunk as an officer? Well, we know everybody around here does. They leave their back guns and they just get drunk and they just drive around and everybody's cool. And then y'all have the audacity to charge Karen with drunk driving. This is like, that is audacity, because everybody's drunk. This is what y'all apparently, it's just part of the culture in Canton. It's
by the way, to all of the locals who are watching right now, Ms. McKinney means that with love. She means it with love.
If I ever have the need to have some alcohol and audacity, I'm going to fly to Canton.
Yep. It's just in the air there.
It's prevalent.
Oh man. Guys, the 4,000 something of you who are watching, please be sure that either right now or on your way in or on your way out, that you hit the like button, please.
Am I saying that right? Like. Okay.
Yep. Hit the like, leave your DNA evidence on it. It helps, even if you're just here to lurk and be a troll, it'll help your fellow trolls see it so that they can troll too. So make sure that you hit the like as well.
That's a thing. They love to hate watch.
You know what, Britt? That makes me want to ask Ms. McKinney a question, which is, do you have any message out there to trolls who might say, you know, who's this woman? She claims to be an attorney, which, by the way, that's the messaging out there. She claims to be an attorney. She's the newest one to the grift. She's out to make money on this. Do you have a message for them?
I saw that. That's why I had to delete Twitter. I'm joining the grift. I claim to be an attorney. Oh, I saw that I was the token black. That was listen,
that's awful.
I don't care. They don't bother me at all. I am an attorney. I went to law school and passed the bar. I do not practice in a courtroom law. I do regulatory compliance law. And so you're just mad. I told you they're just mean. And all of that could be true though. But listen, all of that could be true. I could be a grifter. I could not be a real attorney. I could be the token black. I could be looking to make money. And guess what?
It's still true.
That she killed that man.
Yep.
So all of that can be true. And guess what? We're still back at square one. So do with that what you will.
She knows. She knows. Yeah,
she understands. Oh man, I love y'all. You guys make me so happy. I hope that everyone else is, you know, as gleeful as I am to have the two of you on here. Itsy Dixit Sherilyn, thank you so much for your deuce. She says Matt McCabe did the 227 Hoss long search on Jen's phone. That's plausible. They were together in the same house, but at the same time.
And I think Jen did it at 227.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that she did it again at 6 because she remembers she did it at 7.
Yep.
And she was always going to have that plausible deniability. And no, that didn't happen at 2. That happened at 6. But even if it didn't happen at 2, they didn't know that it didn't happen at 2 right away. So why isn't that a time where you pull her in for questioning? Because that's awfully suspicious.
Yep.
It's almost just decided to, again, just don't worry about that. Don't look at that. It's all right.
Never mind.
Put that over there. That doesn't fit what we're trying to do. Just put it away.
Well, you know what's interesting about that 227 search, because I do also agree that it happened at 2:27 a.m. And I think I heard you say earlier you haven't gone deep into the Aiden Carney Turtle Boy rabbit hole yet, or ever, which is commendable. I'm deep down in it. But at the same time, one of the things that has precipitated the fireworks in his life is that he went and asked questions of some of the McCabes at a local, I think it was like a lacrosse or a rugby event. And he was asking questions about the 227 search. And one of the people on that video, which he took, said, no, that never happened, or that's been proven to never have happened. But that video was taken back in 2023, and experts were not even procured and produced for the Commonwealth, like Ian Whiffen, Jessica Hyde, until months and months later, and then they testified at trial in 2024. So, you know, the issue of the 227 Google search blew this case wide open. And, you know, I always give credit where it's due, which was Aiden's reporting.
And I had to find a way to make it not be true, because otherwise nothing else makes sense.
Right.
And I just don't, if that's true, if it's true that she actually did that search at 6, but she did it on the tab she had open at 2, I can imagine there are some people in prison right now who want a new look at their trial with their cell phone evidence.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
And you've got law enforcement who's saying, well, Celebrate was unreliable, but only in this instance.
Only all the
with Brian Walsh, it's 100% there. He Googled the awful, vicious, violent things that he Googled, and it was at the time that Celebrate said it happened. But and in every other case,
if I was in prison based off cell phone information right now, I will pull up this case and I'll be like, look, whatever they said I did didn't happen till 4 hours later.
Yep.
So I started to go look back into it because it was wrong. They didn't update it. It was incorrect. Because that's the thing. That's what you have to do. In order to make this true, you have to apply it to everything. I don't see that making sense. Because what? What are you what? I search a whole bunch of I never close my tabs. So it looks like everything I searched happened at 2:00 in the morning, I guess.
Yeah.
Girl,
and it's like
morning. I don't know. That's just what the phone says I was doing. And why is it that one thing? Why is it only that one thing? So you never looked at anything else on your phone again?
Right. And then there were the 2 different versions of the Google search that she did at 6:23 and 6:24 with different spellings. Like I've never really gotten to a granular level of what the McCabes were trying to do to specifically cover up what they did at 2:27.
I think she couldn't remember how she spelled it. And I think if you're typing really fast, Google will just like put some stuff in there for you. And so I couldn't remember how she spelled it. And I just think like, again, if it's true that this didn't happen at 2, it actually happened at 6, that's another thing that's awfully suspicious.
Yeah.
This is the wrong time. This is the wrong time for your phone to be messing up like that. Okay?
And then
times your phone mess up and give you the wrong time. Of course it's going to be this one. This is the wrong time for that. And it's just too it's just
and
right around the time
and I have such a hard
Brian, their butts are talking to each other.
Oh yeah.
It's right around that same time.
Yep.
So
you're right.
Like
a lot of butts were talking in Canton that night.
Get some talented butts.
Yep.
Should get on do like a little show or something. Because not only do they call, they know how to hang up before the voicemail gets it. Like they good.
Yes, they do.
They are good. And then Jen McCabe's butt dials. The multiple times she called John O'Keefe between, and your chat would know, but let's just say it was somewhere between 12:20 and 12:45-ish, somewhere in that window, the multiple times. And I really did think that the way Alan Jackson laid it out in his cross-examination of her, making her appear absolutely stupid. Like, what do you mean you kept calling him? Have you ever?
That's the thing. It's like they want us to, in order to believe them, you have to disbelieve everything you know about everything. Because we know every single one of us has butt dialed somebody before. And what they get is a voicemail that sounds like
shuffling.
Because unless you notice it and hang up, there's a voicemail. And if you notice it before the voicemail gets it and hangs up, you don't do it again 2 minutes later.
Yeah, and she did, and I think this is in Microdot's video, I believe. I was watching something over the last 24 hours, but it is an exorbitant amount of phone calls, none of which were intended, and yet no voicemails, which means she affirmatively hung them up. And then all or most were deleted. So I never get into the minutia of all of the facts, but it was Kind of like you, Ms. McKinney. It's like you hear enough where you know it's bullshit. You know,
you didn't delete them, but this is a weird time for your phone to just start doing weird shit. Like,
yeah,
this is the wrong time for your phone to start deleting stuff and adding stuff and doing searches at weird times. Like, this is the worst time for your phone to go off and do the iRobot dance. Like, what is happening? And she was deaf. I feel like they were looking for their phone, and I feel like they came up with butt dial before they had time to really think about what they were going to say, and now they're stuck.
Yeah, they went from butt dials to being butt heads because they now look like complete idiots.
But they came up.
And I have a hard time believing,
because a smarter lie would have been, yeah, I was calling him because he never came in the house, and I was trying to see, where he was. But you didn't think about that first. You thought about how I'm going to explain these calls, and then you deleted them.
Yep.
So you had to find a reason. It's like, because you didn't think of your lies fast enough, now you're beholden to butt dials, and you want us to believe that, and we cannot if we have even a little bit of common sense.
Agreed. You don't need an ESQ after your name to have common sense.
No. Half the United States. We know how these things work. Like, we just have to ignore everything we know about everything in order to believe you. And we can't do that. We have to come in with some sort of common sense, which is, again, this jury. I know all y'all sitting there with iPhones. Y'all would have been like, y'all know that don't happen, right? Like, you know that we don't just call somebody 5-7 times in a row by mistake.
Oh, I totally agree.
Time to hang it up so that they don't get a voicemail. I'm definitely not doing it again.
So what did you two think of the story or excuse by Jen McCabe with the second Google search around 6:30? Because what she said was that Karen, in the midst of her being in complete turmoil, screaming, I mean, she's undergoing something quite traumatic, suddenly regained her composure and specifically asked Jen McCabe, "Will you please search for me how long it takes to die in the cold? Google hypothermia." And then goes back to screaming and being in complete hysteria.
I'm going to give that to you, Ms. McKinney.
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all. I don't even necessarily believe that they expected Karen to be the one to find him. I think people forget that Matt McCabe is a real tech sort of guy too. I think he knew, like, oh shit, we got this search, we're going to have to cover it up. So when we find him, we're going to act like we're Googling it then. Whatever that would have been.
Overwrite.
That would have been 6, whether that would have been 7, whether that would have been 9. Because I don't think they had the idea to blame it on Karen until she said whatever she said about, could I have hit him or what happened? Like, I think that's when they were like, oh, I think they fully intended for it to look like a snowplow hit him.
Right.
But then that snowplow guy wasn't going for it. He was like, no, I would have seen a body out there. And even when Lolly tried to hit him up, like, well, didn't you hit a basketball hoop? He like, yeah, but I saw it. I just misread him. Like, Lolly thought he was going to get him and be like, oh, you didn't see that basketball hoop? He like, no, I saw it. I didn't get the distance right. Which is I see it. I know it's there, but sometimes, my depth perception be off. But that doesn't mean I didn't see it. And I think they thought it was going to be like, oh, he tried to walk home drunk and got hit by a plow or tripped or something. But then it's more plausible if he got hit by a car. Like, that makes more sense, because then they don't come in and ask us any questions. Because think about it. If he was here drinking and then he left and fell out, we got to come in here and ask y'all some questions about why y'all let him leave like that. Why y'all see how drunk he was? Y'all let him walk out of the house. That's not enough. We can't get them in this house. So Karen shows up. Oh, this works. This works for us. Let's do that. Because Jen tried to make it seem like it was a bad thing that she saw him right away. But I think it makes it bad for you guys that she saw him right away. Because if she saw him right away, how come y'all didn't see him? when y'all were leaving, if he's been there this whole time. You try to make, Jen was trying to insinuate that like, oh, she knew where he was at. That's why she saw him fast. Or could it be that he was easily saw?
Yep.
And then to that point, on top of that, you got to remember, Jen, you know, like you mentioned, Miss McKinney didn't easily see John, as she stated, but then she stayed in the car, called 911, and from the vehicle was able to describe the injuries to his face. I mean,
yep.
I find that to be not lining up as well.
And then to make it seem like Karen was the crazy one for screaming. Like, no, that's the reaction you have when you see you love.
Oh my God, that's haunting.
Yeah, the way she mocked Karen like that, like, made my stomach turn.
And Carrie tried to tell her to be quiet. Like, no, that's the proper reaction. If you've never, if this is what you roll up on at 6 o'clock in the morning, she's having the proper reaction. Your calm, collected 911 call is not the proper reaction.
100%. And I hope one day that Jen McCabe faces the anxiety and fear of future punishment headed her way, to the point that she essentially mocked Karen for having such a dramatic reaction to all of those events. Just like you said, like what Karen was processing, at least to the outsiders watching some of these videos, seems very normal, very natural, not what McCabe did.
No, first of all, this is somebody you was expecting to meet you that night.
Yeah.
Saw him pull up, and then he never got out of the car, according to you. And the next time you see him, he's dead on the lawn. Y'all all should be having the same reaction.
Agreed.
If you think he's been there this whole time, your reaction should be, oh my God, we left and we didn't see him. Like, what is going, like, not, there's a person outside in the snow and he's, excuse me?
You get it.
That's not how you react. And you just, but she seems so cold and unloving that might be her reaction to something like that. I don't know. She was just so stone-faced and cold, and it's just like, this is not the friend that you're trying to make us believe he is, because you're not giving me this was your good friend and you're sad that he's dead.
Right.
Do you have an opinion, Ms. McKinney, about whether or not her daughter, Allie McCabe, might have had some involvement in the storyline?
That's the one who picked up Colin, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think she got him out of there, because where did they go? I didn't quite get that, but they didn't go home like they said they did.
It's a great question. My understanding is no one precisely knows. It sounded to me that she drove Colin home from her testimony. She says, I think that she was driving Colin home and then she went home. She mentioned something about seeing a stray dog on the way, which I never understood why she felt the need to bring in that gratuitous fact. And chat, you can correct me if I've botched it. But also David Yannetti was really trying to get her to commit to certain locations based on bubbles on Life 360. Are you familiar with that app? Because I know you said you have kids. You know, in terms of, did they go in within the bubble of her school, etc. There is no clear answer as to where they went. But I think they said she took them home and then she went home.
And the fact that everybody has the wrong times.
Right.
Is how you know that this is a conversation y'all have had. I got here at 12:10. But you couldn't have got 12:10 because you didn't leave here until, like, the fact that y'all all have the same times, but they're all wrong. It's a problem.
Yeah. It is.
It will be more believable to be like, oh, I don't know, because I don't look at the clock every time somebody walks through the door, or if I'm out late or somebody like, I don't know. I would be more like, I don't know, it was after 1, it was probably after 12. Like, That would be more believable. The fact that y'all
Yeah.
are locked into these particular times and they're the wrong times. Why are y'all lying about this? Why? Because it's the same thing with what's his face?
Tristan Morris.
No, the other trial I was watching.
Oh.
Murdaugh.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh, what time you're not supposed to be somewhere?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know what time, the same with his wife and son. If you don't know what time they died, then how do you know that you needed to be gone by 12, whatever? Same thing with them. If you don't know what happened to him, then how do you know you needed to be home by 12? Like, why did you pick that time?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you pick 12:45? You don't know what time he died. 12:45 would have been a good time to be home, but you can't pick 12:45 because you know that they think he died at 12:45. But if you don't know what happened, how do you know that? Like, the stuff that they're lying about, it's like for a reason.
Yep.
I don't know what the reason is, but it feels like the reason is y'all had something to do with it.
Very coordinated.
Even if y'all didn't, just say, because I've seen in my comments all type of things, like they're part of an orgy group, they got this, that going on. But this is the time where you be like, okay, yeah, we was doing that, but we ain't do this. Like,
Mm-hmm.
this is not something you're gonna hide behind.
Yeah.
If there's a dead person, like this, like at this point, it's just all gotta come out, because I'm not going to jail if I
Right.
didn't.
Mhm.
You think someone's
Exactly.
going to flip? Do you have any feeling like it's never too late for someone to flip on the
No.
others?
I think they're never going to flip, and it's the same reason that the state won't drop these charges. They're in too deep now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
I
in
agree.
deep now. It would be a shitstorm if somebody came on and be like, yeah, this is what happened. Like, they know that it would just be, no, I don't think so. I don't think they would ever do that.
I know you mentioned earlier that you do regulatory compliance,
Yep.
and without going into too much detail, do you have any experience with federal regulatory agencies?
Well, I do insurance work, so I really do state. We do CMS and some Medicaid, but not a bunch.
See, we should talk. I'm a healthcare attorney.
Oh, yeah. So I work mostly with one of the big health insurance companies here in Michigan.
Oh, nice.
I do their regulatory compliance, their ACA compliance here. So
Awesome. I'm going to reach out to you at some point. We should chat.
okay,
I'll
sure.
get the two of you together.
Anyway, Britt, go back to asking her questions. I just want to listen to her all day.
Oh, no, you're good. First of all, I'm so glad that Kelly Reed was able to pop in. And thank you, Steve, for letting me know. So welcome, Kelly Reed. And then we've got a 20 from Meatball Morrissey Sketty Stain. That's a fun one. Miss McKinney, Canton is a very GOWB network. They're all related or connected. Lots of favors. Then the McAlberts do in public what Spanky does in court: spew lies, bully, and act like they're being victimized and disparaged. Very, very, very true. Excellent point.
When I saw the evidence, and again, I haven't been down the Turtle Boy deep dive because people have very polarizing views of him as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I try not to get into it. But like I said, when I watched the Juror interview, he seems very, very good in that interview, without, because I know some people can do interviews and sort of kind of push their narrative. I thought he was amazing, and not just letting him talk. But I saw the evidence, or at least some of the videos that they're calling the witness intimidation, and I was just like, oh, they really run that town, because they got tired of him and they needed to be able to put him in jail, and so they had to find something. Because I'm like, none of y'all are scared of him, none of y'all are intimidated him, and this is not what I would consider witness intimidation. But I mean, that's just me. I feel like if y'all were really scared of him, if y'all really felt intimidated, not Colin, not Mr. come up here so I can beat your ass, you'd have went out there and fought him, right? Like, you are not. But it's like, but they can't really do, it seems like they can't do much to him because the public is looking at them right now. So it's like, but this is what we can do. But it just, again, it's like the audacity of not caring how it looks. It looks like the police and the DA does the bidding of the McCabes and the Alberts. And y'all don't even care that it looks that way. Y'all are just going to do it. Let's go do it. Whatever. It's cool. Put him in here for witness intimidation. Let's try to. I think it's all about making him lose money. I don't think they care.
Yeah.
I think they want to silence him because he's not, and by no means trying to influence people to do any type of intimidation, but his voice, his writings, his shows are in a weird way, Ms. McKinney, it is my opinion that what Turtle Boy is doing is bringing like a very commonsensical approach to an extraordinary set of facts so people can just understand it and make up their own minds. Like there's an interesting correlation between the two of you.
Yeah.
I
haven't seen anything that's been ridiculously crazy. And like I said, the videos that I saw that they're calling witness intimidation, it's like, all right, that doesn't go to court in any other place.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Now feels like a good time to go ahead and tell all of you that tonight at 7 Eastern Standard Time, he's going to be here on this show. We're doing a fundraiser for his defense. And Ms. McKinney, I just want to read you the ridiculous law that the Commonwealth is using. Hang on, where's the page? Well, okay, I've pretty much got it. I've got the gist of it memorized. So what they are charging him with, as far as the witness intimidation goes, is there is certain verbiage in their statute that says if you cause emotional harm to either a witness or a family member of a witness. Now, the rest of the wording makes sense, like bribing, threatening, any kind of physical violence, stalking, that kind of stuff. But what they're using with Aiden is the emotional harm part of the statute. So right now, if any of the Alberts, McCabes, any of the witnesses involved in Karen Reed's case come forward and say, he did something or said something that made me upset, then by all accounts, they can charge him. They also charged Rich Schiffer for leaving little rubber ducks around Canton with free Karen Reed messages on them. They charged him with the same thing, felony witness intimidation.
Claiming emotional harm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can we all, I guess we're not witnesses, so maybe not. Like, McKabe emotionally harmed all of us.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That scene, again, that doesn't even make it to court anywhere else. And it's the audacity of them not even caring what it looks like. It looks like y'all are doing the bidding of the Alberts and the McCabes. It's like, we don't like him. We can't do anything to him right now because I 100% believe if Karen takes the deal, goes to jail, we don't know any of this. And if this is not a public case and Turtle Boy is doing the same thing, he probably will end up somewhere too. I think they have all the leverage to do whatever they want to do in that little town. But they can't do it right now because the eyes are on them. So what do? They charge them with witness intimidation. None of y'all are intimidated.
Mm-hmm. No.
Y'all do not care. Like, for real. Y'all don't. But it's a good look for them right now.
Yeah.
And to make him
sad.
Pay defense and go to court, in and out of court, it's like, okay, well, we can't do anything to you, but we can make you go to court and we can make you lose money, because that's usually what it's about.
Isn't that sad, though, that they have learned, and this is something I'd like to know from both of you. I have noticed, not just in this case, but in the collective of cases that I've observed, there's a little bit of a used car salesman mentality that has started with prosecutors, where they just want to get that conviction the same way a salesperson would want to close a deal, right? And in a lot of ways, they seem to have taken advantage of the fact that not everybody qualifies for a public defender, but at the same time, not everybody can afford a private defender. And there's a big group of people who land somewhere in the middle to where they can't get their own defense attorney. So what they end up doing is taking a plea bargain. And then they get their conviction. And what do you think of that change?
That most prosecutors are not like that. But
Good.
that's what bothers me about these big cases where you are in the national spotlight and you don't care that you look like you want the conviction more than the truth. Because it starts to make people think that this is what all of them are like. The same way when defense attorneys get up there and like are blatantly lying, and like when you know this person is guilty and everything points to them guilty, and then they get up there and spew this ridiculous story about what happened. It makes people think that all defense attorneys are slimy liars who will do whatever. And it's just like, I wish that this is not the case you hung your hat on, Norfolk County. Like, this is the one. But they're in it now. And so people just get this thing where they can't let it go. It becomes personal. And it should never be personal. You should be out to seek justice, especially for a fallen officer.
Yeah.
Like, that's what's even more crazy. You guys are usually on the same side of this thing. You have an officer who was murdered, and I like to think that you cannot be as smart as you have to be to go through law school, finish law school, become a prosecutor, and not look at these facts and go, I don't know. I don't know. So it makes me feel like you're ignoring them.
Yep.
For what purpose? I don't know. And that is terrifying. It's terrifying because it makes people fear the legal system. And I hate that. I want people to know all about their legal system. I want them to know their rights. I want them to enjoy watching cases as much as me. I want them to enjoy watching the system at work as much as me. And then when they see it working like this, people start to fear it. And that will put them to making deals that they shouldn't take. Right? Because if they feel like there's a machine behind them, I don't have the popularity or the money or the people that care about me like Karen Reed does. If something like this happens to me, I gotta take the deal because I don't have this, and we don't want people to think like that. But when you put this type of law on a national stage, it infuriates me because it's like, you don't care. I know that you cared at one point. When you went to law school, you had a way that your life was going to look. And I'm sure it was not this. I want them to all go back to those days in law school when they thought they were going to come out and be this purveyor of justice. Look at where you've ended up. Judge Cannone included.
I want to bottle you up. It's so refreshing listening to you.
It is cute. But yeah, I just hope that I hope people don't think that this is, listen, when I say this is not normal, I really mean it. This is not normal. This is not how it happens.
By the way, Ms. McKinney, if you had an opportunity to, because you're so candid, if you had an opportunity to speak to Karen Reed, hypothetically, right now, if she was watching you, would you say anything to her?
I would tell her to stop talking.
I heard you say that earlier.
Stop talking. We will hear from you when you're acquitted, God willing. But stop talking, because I know it, and I know that has to be hard, especially me, Miss Yapping. Yeah. I know I would need to say everything about everything. So I understand how hard it could be when people are talking about you and you can't say anything. It has to be like, make you feel crazy. But I want her to stop talking, because if it's one thing that Brennan and Lolly and that whole prosecution team over there is going to do, it's going to take what you say and twist it, as you can see. all you said was my lawyer said this, and now they're trying to get every communication you've ever had with your attorney. That seems crazy, but it could have been avoided if you didn't say that.
Yeah.
And they're going to take what you say and they're going to flip it, and then you're not going to be able to explain yourself because you're not going to be testifying. So you're just going to have to take it, and that's going to be infuriating. Do you know how angry I would be for somebody to tell me to mischaracterize my words and I can't say anything about it?
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
It drives me up a wall. So
Do you
very
think
true.
do you think she waived her privilege?
no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that they would even try that motion makes my skin crawl. Absolutely not. Saying my lawyer said such and such does not mean I waive. Everybody says that. I'm gonna call my lawyer. My lawyer said I don't have to talk to you. My lawyer said I don't have to put that on there. My lawyer said that doesn't mean you get every communication I ever had with him. Like, what? Where do you even think that? I don't even think Brennan thinks that, but he thinks if he uses enough words in an argument that the judge will allow it. And that's scary. I can see her doing that. And that's what makes it even more scary. A different judge, I'd be like, yeah, that judge is not going for that. But I don't know with this judge.
Yeah.
And that's scary, the fact that you really don't know.
And Brennan was confident enough to go to the trouble.
Confident enough
to file it. So yeah, he's confident enough that she's at least going to humor him.
To even hear the argument is ridiculous. The argument is ridiculous. Considering like that's one of the rules that they hammer home to you in law school more than any other rule. Is attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, it's like bedrock.
Yeah.
Yes. I've heard that a lot. That it's like sanctified, you know, it's one of those.
And then I haven't read it, but what exactly is he even looking to get? Like,
he's hoping that she said something that he can twist into incriminating language.
But,
I mean, that's
he did. That's the one person she's supposed to say something to. What are you talking about? Like, even if she went in there and said, "I absolutely hit him. Now get me off." That's the one person she's supposed to tell. You're not supposed to know about that. That's the point of attorney-client privilege. So what are you even looking?
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how the defense opposes the motion.
Yeah,
because what you said there is it's very meaningful to me. That's the pivotal time. Because they wanted like 3 days. I think it's 3 days of communications. Maybe it's not. It might be a longer period. But initially after the accident, that's a pivotal time when an attorney and a client are having conversations that are almost more significant than other phases of the attorney-client relationship. So
I think you get to know what I said to my attorney, and that sets a dangerous precedent.
Yeah,
that I hope she doesn't allow.
And just so you know, Ms. McKinney, the law tubers are split on this issue, whether she waived that privilege or whether she didn't. I err on the side of she did not waive it, and therefore the materials should not be handed over. That's why I'm very interested to see how the defense opposes it.
Well, now I want to see how somebody would say she waived it.
Yeah, I mean, Britt, by the way, you can always, I know you have a direct line to Ms. McKinney, even if you were to shoot her some of the names of the prolific law tubers out there, or I'm happy to send it to you. The ones who kind of say, they're all across the board. Maybe it was a waiver, maybe it wasn't a waiver, but there's no definitive position here. But I know, most importantly is what I know, which is that wasn't a waiver, and I would fight that.
And even if it was slightly, I think a judge would err on the side of, again, not setting precedent.
Right.
And even if I may have leaned that way, even if Brennan makes an argument that's like, I could possibly see that, I'm still not going to do it because I don't want to set the precedent of having clients and attorneys have to reveal their communications.
Right. Yeah, I completely agree.
Like, I just don't like that at all.
Yeah, it's like much else. This is scary because of the precedent that not just this, but a lot of the other elements of this case that make it so unique
Right.
are going to mean for future cases.
Yeah.
So buzzing for truth. Thank you so much for your 2. Fabulous Nan. Glad you're here. She says she loves you.
Thank you. This is Miss McKinney's show. Give her the love.
Oh, she's got plenty. Kyle, thank you so much. Also, Sako, and I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation of this, but is it Vizetti? Got railroaded in that very courtroom. I remember that being brought up.
I think it's Vanzetti. I think it's supposed to be Vanzetti, but I could be wrong.
Gotcha. I don't know if you heard about this, Miss McKinney. These 2 were, in my opinion, wrongfully convicted years and years and years ago. I can't even tell you how many. And they ended up receiving, I think, capital punishment. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. But it was very poetic for that case to be referred to. I think by the defense team, right? Didn't they bring that back up? Am I on the wrong case here?
I think you're right.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that back up. And y'all, I'm sorry for my insulin pump beeping. I don't have a setting that can stop it. I'm fine. But
yeah, that's
you don't
more
even hear it?
No, we hear it. I didn't know what it was.
Gotcha. It's my pump. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. It's a technical thing. Kelly, again, thank you so much, Kelly. She says she got all of you. Okay, all of us. Yeah, well, we hope that you pursue, all the things. Thank you so much, Kelly, for your
Thanks,
2.
Kelly.
Ain't so plain Jane. New sub here. Thank you. Thank you, Jane. Appreciate it. Love the panel. I want to know who started saying distractors amongst the jurors. Yes.
I would like that too. Because what do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be presenting you like, again, he said in the interview that they understood a reasonable doubt means, but I'm not sure that that's true. I'm not sure that that's true because he called it detractors, and it's kind of like what Alan Jackson is saying when he's like, yeah, it's called putting on a defense. That's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. So maybe
and then you have a gatekeeper too. You have a judge there who, if that really served no purpose but to be a distractor and to muddy the waters, do you really believe the judge would have allowed them to testify?
I do hate that she denied the motion to at least say what the objection is about, because I cannot stand objection.
Mm-hmm.
And she just, because again, it's not my forte, but I took evidence and like most times I got it. I'm like, okay, yeah, that was probably, leading or, hearsay. But there's been a couple of times I'm like, what was that?
Yeah.
Like
a lot of it is just Lally breastfeeding on Bev.
Yeah. Like, but again, I think like to not even have, and again, I think, what's the lawyer's name? I can't remember. Not Jackson, not Alessi, but Yannetti.
Yeah.
And he said, like, there's times where we didn't even know what the objection was, but it wasn't worth it to go to sidebar because, again, it looks bad for us to keep, holding up the trial by having to go over there. So a lot of them we let go, but I don't think this time they will. I think if they don't know, if they're like, what is he talking about? Let's go over here. Because I think there was a couple times where he said objection and she just sustained it and she didn't even know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because he even said, like, we'll get over there and you'll be like, what's the grounds for your objection? But you already sustained it.
Yeah, it's exactly. I made a point of that on Twitter last night, I think, or this morning. I was kind of feisty and wanted to get my feelings out, but absolutely, she had no idea. She just, and if you, I don't have the stats, but if you consider the stats of all of the objections of the Commonwealth that she sustained, it as opposed to those of the defense, it's like unbelievable.
Yeah, there's a disparity.
And I think they might look at each other and go, objection. Let's just say, like he doesn't even know, and he doesn't know. He just hoping
he doesn't.
He hoping that she doesn't question it. and just goes along with it. So not being able to say something, I just feel like, oh, that's very annoying. And it feels like, how do we question this on appeal? How do we even say what the objection was and we didn't like it because what reason? Like I think it's going to be this trial. They're like, every time he says objection, if it's not very clear, we're going over there to the side.
Mhm.
Which will prolong the trial
Yep.
and it will upset the jury.
But hey, we got to do what we got to do, because
Agreed.
maybe eventually
Agreed.
after so you'll go, okay, we can state the grounds. We can, because why not? I don't understand that. And I think I said multiple times that I hate that she says I'll allow it. Oh,
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah.
Or
Instead of
I'm gonna
overruled.
give them this one. You know,
Yeah.
defense will make an objection. I'm gonna let them have this one.
And
Really?
for y'all who aren't really hearing, like who aren't getting this, like this is a dig at the defense every time for those of you in the chat who
I
are
hate it. Oh, I hate
yeah
it. Cannot
like
stand
it is
TV
100%
look.
every time Bev
TV
says
look.
I'll allow it, what she's saying is the defense is doing something wrong, but I'm gonna give them leniency, like she's doing them a favor.
Yeah, I
Right.
hate it. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're doing me a favor. Don't do me any favors. If it's sustain it. If it's not, overrule it. I'll allow
Yeah.
it. He can answer that. Did you do that? I cannot stand that she does that. Like, oh, it gets on my nerves.
It makes me feel so much better that another attorney is getting as annoyed as I am about
It
these
gets on
things.
it gets on my nerves when she tells them to move on. Like I don't think I've ever seen a judge. And again, I've not practiced law in the courtroom, but I've watched trials. I've sat in on trials. I've never seen a judge tell an attorney to move on when
Mhm.
the witness is being intentionally difficult. Sometimes
Yeah.
lawyer can't be stuck on a point, and it's like she already answered it. Like
Right.
But when you can see that the witness is being intentionally difficult, don't tell me to move on. Tell them to answer my question, and then we can. And she'll be like, she answered that, and I'll be like, well, when did I miss it? I'll rewind, like, because
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that. I hate that she does.
Goodness.
Like, again, it's a style thing, but it's like, but why are we doing this? You see them not answering my question. Or he's like, save it for argument. Like, no, I want her to answer this question. I can argue it, but it's easier to argue if she answers my question.
I
Yeah.
love it. I love hearing this. And you know what? You kind of remind me a little bit of Mark Betterow. Have you been keeping tabs on who Mark Betterow is?
I don't know who he is, but I saw that he wrote some letters that I need to read.
Yeah, that's your homework list.
He was trying
Here's
to.
your picture of Mark. This is one of my emojis. And oh, by the way, thank you, Kelly, for becoming a new member. You now have access to some awesome emoji procured by me. But this is one of them. It's the bat signal with Mark Betterow. And there's also a big tooth that says tell the tooth on it for when we're talking about Jen McCabe. There's lots. But Attorney Betterow has been making a ton of wonderful commentary for months now on YouTube, and recently began representing Turtle Boy. And he was the one who Bev denied the Pro Hoc Vice to without so much as a hearing or a conversation. And with no ethical violations.
Which is
unheard of.
Like, if you're a lawyer in good standing, judges, well, okay, whatever.
Yep.
So it's like, okay.
Yeah, and he's been practicing for like a year or two longer than me. And like he there's no reason. And I don't know if you said this, but he's already admitted Pro Hoc Vice to represent Aiden.
Did she give a reason? What was the reason?
Okay, so she did. They were stupid though. So one of the things that she said was, well, Karen already has 4 other attorneys, 3 of which are Pro Hoc Vice. Okay, like there's a limit. Did you see how many people Alec Baldwin had representing him? She can have as many as she wants.
15 people. Like, I get to hire how many people I can afford. What are you talking about? I need
Right.
how many filings coming in every day? I need at least 3 more.
Yeah. And this case is so big. It's too much for 1 or 2 brains. Right.
No.
So,
Okay,
and then the
the
other reason she gave was her perceived potential conflict of interest because he was also defending Aiden Carney. But let me just say, and Nan, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding of that issue is that is waived by the client. That is not something that's decided by the judge.
There's some nuance to it. So technically, what the judge ruled, besides her commentary that Karen has more than enough attorneys right now, which was probably not so significant. Sorry, I'm glitching. Probably not so significant to someone with a legal mind like you, Ms. McKinney. But what she also said was, after listening to arguments from Brennan, which were not briefed, they were just, ad hoc thrown at her in court, she then did her own reflection and concluded that because Mark Betterow represents Aiden Carney in his witness intimidation matters, that it therefore would be a conflict of interest because there would be concurrent representations of Aiden Carney and Karen Reed if she were to grant pro hoc vice. And because there is an unsupported, specious, just thrown out there allegation from Brennan that, well, Mark Betterow might learn something in the future from representing Karen, that he then in turn would have an ethical obligation to share with Aiden, even though their 2 matters are different and separate. And vice versa. He may learn something through Aiden that he would then have an ethical obligation to hand over to Karen, that the judge decided to affirmatively hold that this concurrent conflict of interest develops. And therefore, she said, I'm going to cut this problem off at the pass. So
before it even becomes a problem, or we even realize it's going to be a problem.
There is no evidence that it would ever be a
what I'm trying to figure out what would overlap that you would absolutely have to tell one or the other.
Well, Olivia Nile, who you'll probably get to know. By the way, can you pull her comment up, Britt? She posted a comment. Olivia Nile is like the Rambo of the Free Karen Reed movement with her.
Like in this chat? She did?
Yeah, in the chat there.
Okay, I went straight to Twitter. Oh, here she is. There you are. Hi, Olivia.
So she suspects there was potentially ex parte communications or Judge Bev because she didn't specify the conflict, and then magically a few days later, Aiden winds up on the Commonwealth's witness list. So I think, so just so you understand, Ms. McKinney, Olivia is like a tremendous source of analytics and research, and I mean, she knows her shit. So if you're watching any comments on any YouTube programs, you definitely want to watch hers. And I'm rooting for you to go back onto Twitter so you can.
Maybe I will. But I was just like, I was like, oh, and it's not even them. It's me. It's this mouth of mine. But I just know I'll just get in battles with these people, and I'm like, myself from it. But that
ladies will stand with our arms linked, and
but that makes sense what she said, because I'm just like, I was just sitting here like, when would they? These are 2 different cases.
They are
about 2 different things. But if he's on the witness list now,
well, he's now on the witness list,
he's
and
testifying to exactly. What does anything he has anything to do with the death of?
And that's the thing.
It's pending right now. We don't know what the Commonwealth is looking to procure from testimony from Aiden Carney. It's my opinion that they threw him on the list to justify not granting Betero Pro Hoc Vice, but that's kind of secondary. B, to be able to try to draw inferences, at a minimum, inferences between Aiden and Karen, which my understanding is that there's no smoking gun that Karen colluded with Aiden to intimidate witnesses in her case. And
that
then
might be good for or evidence for his case. What does that have to do with the events of January 29th, 30th?
Exactly. Which,
well, I agree with you. I think what Brennan is arguing, or if I understood him correctly, is that her communications with Aiden, if they exist and what they say, none of which I know, would show her consciousness of guilt and possibly her state of mind. If she's communicating or commiserating, and I'm being hypothetical now, folks, so just understand I don't believe this as far as I can throw it, but if she was communicating or commiserating with Aiden Carney to somehow intimidate important fact witnesses in her case, who she is at odds with and with whom she, feels are third-party culprits or feels she wanted to frame them for being third-party culprits, that there is somehow evidence of consciousness of guilt on her part or state of mind. So right now, where it leaves off is that the court has held a different judge, by the way, a different judge on Karen's docket number decided on Thursday or Friday that the Commonwealth can now have access to a limited set of data from an already exported amount of data from Aiden Carney's phones.
That is ridiculous. I don't see how they're making this leap. And it's just like, I have to throw out the way normal people communicate in order to, because, okay, first of all, I don't know why they think she would just give all this information to Turtle Boy, whatever. Okay. But let's say she did. I don't think it's consciousness of guilt. I think it's these people are lying on me.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta go out there and do, like, I hope she wouldn't even be like, do that, but I don't get to, I'm guilty and I want to frame them. I get, these people are lying on me.
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree. I wouldn't
bet with them, and I don't really care what happens to them.
Well, and don't forget, there was a standing motion, which I haven't seen if Bev has ruled on it yet. But at the time that Aiden did get added to the witness list, there was a standing motion from the defense to keep non-family witnesses, such as the McCabes and the Alberts, out of the courtroom after the conclusion of their testimony as well. And remember, this is Aiden's livelihood, his coverage of this case. So, it's
about money.
There may have been. I'm sorry, you cut out.
They want to bankrupt him. This seems like This seems like if we're probably not going to win this with this intimidation, but at least we can make him lose all his money.
I think
and they can keep him out of the courtroom if they can, kind of have him on standby on the witness list, I think.
I think it's there's a motion to keep, and I'm paraphrasing, to keep essentially the fact witnesses away from, like, the closing arguments, for example. Like, they have to be sequestered. Mm-hmm. And then, just like, I don't know if you appreciated this, Ms. McKinney, but like at the closing arguments, you had Brian Albert, I think it was Colin Albert, Jen McCabe, and possibly Kerry Roberts.
Like
staring down the jury, and at least Ronnie and one other juror have come forward saying they were intimidated by it. Mm-hmm. But also,
I would be.
I don't see this as a money thing for Aiden. Maybe I'm looking at this through a different lens, but in my opinion, it's more to stifle him. I think they want to stifle his messaging.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's both. I think they don't want him talking, and if we can make him lose money at the same time, then amazing. I hate that the first trial did not end with a conclusion, because now all these witnesses have heard and can watch what all the other witnesses said, and they can all correlate and because they love. First of all, again, another reason why I'm like, something is wrong. And I don't know what they're lying about, but they're lying about something, because I've never heard a witness say, well, can you show me? Can you show me what I said?
Right.
What's the truth?
I like your impression of "can you show me" better than my impression of it. Somebody's got to mash that up.
Can you show me what I said? When did I say that? Can you show me? How about you just tell me what the truth is, and then I'll show you what you said. Why do you need to know what you said? If the truth is the truth, no matter when you said it, why you need to remember? Like, what is happening? And like, you don't see that as a juror and go, what?
Yeah. and you know as well as I do, Ms. McKinney, that when you the only time you would show a witness a piece of evidence is to refresh their recollection.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of taking what you're saying here and one step further, you do that when the witness doesn't remember. But this witness, meaning McCabe, absolutely remembers. She's been through, I don't even know if it's 3 different hearings, whether it's a state grand jury, federal grand jury, and now a trial of 1.0. Like, she understands. She's been through multiple law enforcement interviews. She's probably had countless clandestine meetings with law enforcement. She'll need her memory refreshed.
You remember. But again, it's the alcohol that they can't remember. The alcohol and the audacity. That's the thing.
It's a lot of fun up there. You should go for a visit.
I won't. Like I told Bri, I won't even fly over Massachusetts. Like,
won't even get in the airspace.
Want to come in the airspace. They might lie and say I never went over there, and I disappear into thin air like flight 187 or whatever it was.
It's quite possible.
Because to lie when everybody knows you're lying, to me it's like I don't even have any words. Like, you don't even care that we know that you're lying. I had an arch nemesis in high school. I used to call her my arch nemesis. We never had a fight, but I just could not stand her because she would lie for no reason. I've always had a problem with liars. Like, we'd just be talking about something and nobody would be asking her a question. Nobody would be talking about it. And she'll just come at you with a story that is totally fabricated. And she knows that we all know. Like, girl.
Yeah.
You were only out one day. How did you go to Alaska to go skiing? Like, you're only out on Thursday.
Yeah.
My word.
I thought that was insane because you don't care that I know that you're lying. You just want me to go, okay, everything's okay. You know that we know you're lying. And they're just like, what are you going to do? That's what makes it scary, because I feel like they're like, well, what are you going to do about it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, audacity. Like you said.
Nothing's going to happen to me.
I think Jen McCabe would have been your arch nemesis in high school.
Oh, for sure.
But anyway,
like on Mean Girls.
In control of everything. And she looks like she needs to be in control of it all. And I would just blatantly do things wrong just to piss her off.
I want to just interrupt for 1 minute and say, I just looked at my clock and said, holy shit, I just got lost in Ms. McKinney for hours, and I can't get enough of you. The movement can't get enough of you. Britt, you nailed what I think is the first of many interviews with Ms. McKinney, and I feel so completely honored to just almost be a fly on the wall, even though I've been a little outspoken. But I want to give you some time, Ms. McKinney, to let the viewers soak you up. But I'm gonna hop off, and I love you already. Keep showing up, girl. Keep showing up.
Yes.
You want to hear me yap? I'm gonna yap. So.
And Britt, if you wouldn't mind sending her just even my email or phone number, I want to connect with you at some point, because I think we have some synergies with our profession.
Okay. Absolutely. I will get the two of you in touch. Nan, thank you so much for popping in. It was so nice getting to see you again and talk with you. And I still need to have you on for your own episode.
Oh,
One of these.
we'll see about that. I might want to bring my new girlfriend on too.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey,
Thanks.
I'm loving this ladies panel stuff. It's fun.
I know.
I'm enjoying it.
I loved it.
It feels great. I had such a great time. Ms. McKinney, you are such an impressive individual. I cannot wait till your next TikToks and to see what you do during trial 2.0. Keep showing up.
I don't want to even know what will come out of my mouth, but
bring it. I'm here for it. You know what? I have 2 words for you. Do it.
I know.
Do it.
I'll see you guys soon. Have a great evening.
All right. Bye, Nan. Thanks again.
Bye.
Isn't she just a delight? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I thought you might like her.
Answer like a few more questions because I want to have to hop off in a few too.
Yeah, of course. I will go straight to. Okay. Did you see this?
Kelly sent me that video where it looks. I'm like, why are they calling for hostage video? And then after I thought, I was like, oh, he looks like.
That's why.
He looks like he's. Why are you reading like that? Like it almost like, can you not like? Why are your glasses down? What is happening?
Mm-hmm.
And the fact, this is again, alcohol and audacity. I've never seen a prosecutor make a video like that.
Yeah.
Where they just, it seems like they don't care that it looks like they're at the behest of the McCabes and the Alberts. And
there is now a chain of emails to show that it was actually
really.
Yes, I'll send it to you. Now that we've got each other's phone numbers, I'll send you everything I got because that was like we're 99.999% positive because there were emails that have names redacted, but there was a Julie who sent a request for those things to be said by email.
Yeah, it just seemed like you're just at the behest of these people, and you don't even care what it looks like.
Yeah.
Insane.
Here's a question from the Glarer. Please, if you have not followed or subscribed to the Glarer, he is a great source for info and for laughs, and he's a call it like you see it type, just like you and me. So you guys are definitely cut from the same cloth. He says, what does Miss McKinney think of the fact that the lead investigator in the Sandra Birchmore case was also involved in Karen's investigation and in charge of the jury? He is referring to Fanning.
Do not get me started on the Sandra Birchmore case. Okay, it's why I'm trying to look at trial number 2 with the same clear eyes and clear conscience. But after watching the documentary about the Sandra Birchmore case, I don't know that I can. I don't think I believe anything that comes out of any of their mouths. That
so sad.
Was so sad. It was so sad, and it was so blatant, and it was so obvious. Feels like when they walked into that girl's house that she did not do that to herself. And everybody was like, yeah, that's what we're going to say. And everybody went home and they slept at night. I would not be good. I would not be okay.
Mm-hmm. I would have lost all my hair.
Oh my God.
Or something. It would be showing.
To know that she was also pregnant, oh, I can't believe it. But that tracks with the audacity of Cannone.
Yes.
So it tracks.
Alcohol and audacity.
Yeah, it tracks.
Thank you, Will. And guys, for those of you who put in super chats, I will be sure to go back and thank you. I just want to get straight to the questions because we've been here for over 3.5 hours, so we got to prioritize. But Miss McKinney from Danielle, thank you so much for your 5. Thanks for coming on, Miss McKinney. What state are you a lawyer in, and what kind of law do you practice? We kind of touched on this a little, but
yep, in Michigan, and I don't necessarily practice law, I guess you can say, but I work for an insurance company. I do regulatory compliance. I don't ever have to go to court or file any pleadings. But you definitely need a legal background to do what I do. So I don't know if you'll call that practicing law, but I definitely went to law school, and I just enjoy watching lawyers lawyer.
Mhm.
So it's just why I enjoy looking at it, but I don't have the temperament for it. I'll say it 1,000 times. I am not good at controlling my facial spasms when people say things that I'm
Me neither.
good at controlling my mouth when people say things that I don't like. And if I was in this trial right here, I would have been bound and gagged or put out or sanctioned. I literally have to have my checkbook open and I just write a check. And you're like, you know what, Judge, I'm about to say something ridiculous. So let me write you a check right now.
Yep. Here's my fine.
Here's my fine. So I knew very
Gosh.
on that courtroom work was not going to be where I could land when I was in law school, because I'm very aware of having someone's life in my hands, and I just don't know that I could. I'm not comfortable with that on my
Yeah.
show.
It needs to be respected for
It
sure.
does.
That
Why I love watching Good Lawyers Lawyer, because we're not looked at as sometimes important as doctors because they actually deal with life and death, but
Mhm.
attorneys deal with life and death too, and you'll be surprised how heavy it weighs on some attorneys when their clients get sentenced to prison, especially when they believe they're innocent.
Yes.
Not feel like it's your fault,
Mm.
and I think I could deal with that every day. I'd be too sad.
Yeah, it would weigh heavy on me too. Orphan Methodology, thank you so much for your 10. She wants to know about the Brady violations and destroyed evidence for the defense. Yeah, like Arizona versus Youngblood or California versus Trombetta.
Destroyed.
467 US
I'm
479.
gonna put that in quotes. Destroyed
Yeah.
evidence, not found evidence. I'm gonna put that in quotes because I believe they had it all, and whatever didn't work for them magically disappeared.
Yeah. Yeah. There was plenty that got lost or just wasn't collected right. I mean, I could go on all day. And I'm so glad that the defense intends to bring on retired FBI agent Easter to really just hammer home to the jury. This investigation was shite.
Terrible. Nothing like this. If you went through one class at the police academy, you wouldn't do these things.
Hmm. Never. And Nan mentioned LV Cops TV. They're a really good source too. Don't worry, I'm gonna get you hooked up with everybody. But Rini, thank you so much for your 10. Do you think Chris Albert's camera picked up camera mic, like a microphone, picked up the juror who got dismissed conversation? Did you know anything about this, Miss McKinney,
No,
that
I
there were a
saw.
couple jurors canned?
Yeah, but I didn't know why. At least they didn't put it on. I think I watched some of the trial on Law and Crime, and then I watched some with Emily D. Baker, but I don't remember hearing why that got missed.
So the narrative as we know it is that Fanning somehow found out about or overheard this juror in question speaking with a friend at a bar about the case.
Yeah, I just
And
had
so he took it. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh,
So
okay.
he took it to Bev.
Oh, okay.
And so yeah, so she was removed.
Okay. Did they have so they just took his word for it?
Basically.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't
And
recall her being brought in. Now I could be wrong on that, but I don't recall her being brought in and asked about it. And she was seen crying when she left. But that particular juror, there were people who were in that courtroom who said, "Oh no, we could tell from her body language and her facial expressions that she was going to be a not guilty
Has anybody
voter."
talked to her?
I'm sorry?
Has anybody talked to her?
No. No, not that we know of. There have been some jurors who have, spoken with journalists, but have not given their names. So I don't think we've heard from this person.
That's
And if
odd.
we did, then we don't know.
That's real weird that we're in the same bar at the same time.
Hmm.
And you see me.
Or, it might not have been Fanning who heard it firsthand. He might have picked it up from somebody else, but
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just
I'll believe that for
thank you, Meatball Morsi Skitty Stain. So curious about this. The hefty Higgy getting choked up about playing video games with John's nephew. Do you think he was jealous because people admired what he did for his sister, but Higgy felt inadequate because he didn't do the same?
No, I don't believe anything Higgins ever said. I think it's all
Mm,
show.
I
believe
can see Higgins feeling like less of a man.
Sure, I think he wanted Karen, but that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you. Thank you. Thank you, Skitty Stain. Okay. Cheryl is insisting that you watch the hostage video. I will text you the link to it. All right. Next question is from Erica Smith Billups. Thank you so much for your 5. OMG, love y'all. Can you tell us what has to be different between an opening statement and a closing? This is really good.
Basically, opening statement can't be an argument. Like you can't make conclusions from an opening statement like you can after all the evidence has been presented. So the opening statement is basically you laying out what you're going to try to prove, but you can't be like, oh, Jen McCabe is lying. Like you can't. I don't know if that's a good enough example, but that's basically the difference. You can't make arguments about what the evidence is proven. You can just say what you think it's going to prove. And closing, you can bring it all together and say, this is what I showed you and it proved this.
Okay. That's a really good question, Erica. Thank you so much. Okay, we touched on this, but I just want to thank you, Denise. Hey, ladies, Karen was the only one frantic and asking questions. Everyone else was eerily calm and knew everything. I can smell the corruption from Alabama, 100%.
She's the only one.
Here's another question. You cut out there, what?
She's the only one behaving like you would behave if you came upon a dead body.
Yes, 100%. She was the only one acting the way that anybody would expect to act. Lori, thank you so much for your 24. Given that the majority of us here have been following this case for so long, and given that I can't shut the fuck up about this case, how do I best introduce newbies to the case and inform them?
They got to start from the beginning. There's no way. You have to start from the beginning. I tried to jump around at first and I was like, I need the context. I don't understand what's going on. You have to start from the beginning.
Yeah, I did the same thing. It was the same for me. I was not following the case from the beginning. I live very, very far away from Massachusetts. I'm all the way down here in Florida. So when I first heard about it, the case was still going on. And I remember there being a lot of, smelly testimony. That was like the first thing I saw. But then I was like, well, what's the actual evidence? What do they actually have on her? And I felt the need to, go back to the very beginning. And I gotta say, Miss McKinney, it will behoove you to watch the pretrial hearings too. Not necessarily every single one. I'm sorry?
For trial 1?
Yeah, for trial 1. I'll send you some stuff on it. Especially the later ones, like, the earliest ones, not so much, but where the zit kind of begins to come to a head right before trial. It's some very eye-opening stuff.
Okay.
Let's see. More questions. Oh, yeah. Excellent point, Sue. And thank you. If it's 6 a.m., why not Google how long can you survive in the cold? Exactly.
Because I think they knew
instead of how long to die. Mm-hmm.
I think they put him out there to slowly die.
Yep. Oh my gosh. All right. Guys, again, I'm going to go back and hit all of your super chats. I promise. I'm trying my darndest. I just want to make sure that we get the questions. Okay, here we go. From Katie, thank you so much. Do you think the defense would benefit from a jury consultant? I know they used one in the YSL case.
I think so. But with her not allowing them to ask them questions, I don't know how beneficial it would be. But for sure. For sure. And I think they know now that they need a more diverse jury.
Yeah.
More diverse.
Yeah.
And like people who celebrate their diversities. Because I'm gonna say, I listened to the juror, and he said, Turtle Boy asked him, like, were you offended when Matt McCabe said something about the Asian house? Because that juror was scared of Asian, and he goes, well, not really, because I've been here for a long time. What the hell does that mean? So
that means I'm used to it. That's so sad.
And that's the point. Like, what? So they have names, or he could say the house on the left, or the house on the right, or the red house, or the black house, or the house with the red door. Like,
right.
I've lived here my whole life. I've born and raised in America, and if somebody says, "Yeah, the black people house," I'd be like, "Who the fuck?"
Yeah,
also,
I'm sorry. Yeah, unless that house literally was built in Asia and then picked up and flown to Massachusetts and plopped down on the ground there, you know.
And so you need people who are diverse and who are aware of their diversities and celebrate their diversities and have I don't want to say a skeptical mind, but it's going to be hard because they can't ask them questions. But I would just ask them questions about like common sense things and see what their response is. Like, nothing about this case, just like, what would a common sense person say? Because I remember when I was sitting for a jury, I got called for jury duty, and the question is, and it's always the question, if I come in and I'm soaking wet, and my umbrella, I have an umbrella and it's soaking wet, what would you assume? And they're looking for you to say that it's raining outside. But, some people will try to be too smart and be like, well, I don't know. Or maybe you ran through a sprinkler or get rid of those people.
Yeah.
You don't want people overthinking this thing. You want the common sense people. Clearly, if I came in and it's wet, you don't think I ran through a sprinkler, sir. Your response should be, it's raining.
Right. Because then to that rationale, why the hell would you run through a sprinkler with an umbrella?
And why are you adding facts? Why aren't you going to the most logical? Like, yeah, I could have ran through. Absolutely right. I could have been hit by water balloons. All these things could have happened, but what's the most reasonable thing to have?
It's like in the medical community, they say when you hear the sound of hoofbeats, like when you hear hooves, it's probably horses. Don't start thinking that it's zebras.
Yeah, right.
It's probably horses.
They're going to need people like that who are just common sense people who are not going to go off the board and fill in gaps and think these are the insurance carriers. Like, what? Oh, gosh.
Yeah. What would it take to investigate people in the house? Thank you so much.
Nothing. Them actually doing police work. It would have literally took nothing.
Thank you. I gotta know, why doesn't the Massachusetts State Bar Association speak up?
I'm not sure what it means, but I mean, at the end of the day, they are just doing their job.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they could actually believe she did it, because again, there are people who think she did it, and they think the investigation was shitty. Yeah, but she did it, and so they are okay with the investigation being shitty. But that's a problem.
Yeah, that is seriously. Feelings about the weird setup of that courtroom. Thank you, Ordinary You.
It is a weird setup. I've never seen, because it seems like the jury is sitting back here and then there's seats directly across from them. I've never seen that. I've never seen a courtroom go that way, like where there are people who can stare directly at the jury. Like, it is a weird courtroom to be in.
It's very old. I know that. That courthouse. They are very rooted in their traditions there, and it is a historic courthouse. So I don't know if maybe the jury used to be sitting elsewhere at one point, and they could see, certain things a little better. But yeah, it's definitely a strange. It's not ergonomically designed.
It's a weird setup.
Say that. Thank you, G. Ryan. How can John O'Keefe's body temp be in the 80s after laying in that weather for 5.5+ hours? Yes, that has been something I've thought of.
That's a question I had, because if it's cold enough to freeze the ground rock solid, then him being outside from 12:45 to 6 something in the morning, it feels like his body temperature should have been a lot lower.
Yeah, and it's
But
not like he had a winter coat on.
it's just me. 80 degrees seems like what is our normal body temp? 98,
98.
something like that. That's only 18 degrees. I feel like that doesn't take that long. I feel like he was there longer than that.
Yeah, with no tent,
If
no
he
winter
was out
coat.
there, but he wasn't out there longer than that, and that's the point.
Oh my God. Oh, we got a couple repeat questions. So hopefully for those of you who asked again, you were able to see. Sherry D, thank you so much. And by the way, Sherry D gifted like 20 freaking memberships throughout this stream. So thank you so much. Yeah, Sherry D is thebomb.com. Does Miss McKinney know Matt Farwell had the same clothes on the night of Sandra the following day with his newborn baby?
Because he didn't go home, right? He went straight to the hospital in clothes he murdered someone in. Insane.
It's gross. I mean, I am so disgusted with that case. I have not covered it much on my show because
don't even put that in. I'm upset that I have it in my brain now.
Exactly. But I think that covers all of the direct questions to you. So, Miss McKinney, I very, very much appreciate your time. I was not expecting it to go this long.
I had so much fun.
Well, I had a blast too. You are welcome back any stinking time. Like, if you just happen to be watching and you're like, oh shit, I want to talk about that, and just say, hey, Britt, send me a link. I want to hop in. I mean, literally, you're welcome at any point.
That'd be amazing.
Awesome. And I'll be sure to get you connected with Nan, and to kind of get you on some of the better sources for this case. And I hope that we're able to stay connected through.
But we'll have to come up with some of the new trial days, because I'm sure I'll have to.
I know. Yeah, I'm typically free Sundays and Mondays. So yeah, we'll definitely do some trial coverage together for 2.0. I mean, as much as I hate this for Karen, I'm so excited that hopefully things are going to come to a conclusion for her.
I hope so. A good one.
Yeah, the right one.
The right one. Exactly.
Amen. All right, girl. Well, I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'll let you go. Thank you for hanging for 4 hours.
Patty, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Your time is so much appreciated. You have a great rest of your day, and we'll be in touch.
Bye.
Bye, love. Oh, I'm too big again. All right, guys, thank you all so much. I mean, what in tarnation? What a day, right? And then we've still got more to go. We've still got to do Turtle Boys fundraiser here in a couple hours. So let me go through real quick and just make sure that I thanked everybody. I'm going to go back to the very beginning and just go from beginning to end. So thank you so much, Kyle. I appreciate it. I know that we addressed yours. Thank you again. Miss Parks is in the house. NOLA CPA, thank you again. I appreciate it. Kyle, again, thank you for your 2. Thank you, Buzzing for Truth. Thank you, Amy's Positive Pathways. I just love having you in the chat here. It is always good to have you. Brandy, thank you again. Queen Miss Little, I absolutely loved getting to hear a little bit about your story. I hope that you do actually take on what you're considering with law school. Thank you, All About the Shade. Thank you, Sweet Sue 16. Buzzing for Truth, thank you again. Thank you again, T. Shaw. Thank you again, Queen Miss Little. Thank you again, Itsy Dixit Sherilyn. Pastor Steve, and thank you for letting me know about Kelly. So glad that she was able to drop by. Meatball Morsi Sketty Stain, thank you for your 1999. Thank you again, Buzzing for Truth. Kyle, thank you again. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Ain't So Plain Jane, once again. And thank you, Kelly, for becoming a new member. Thanks, Brian LTL. I made sure that the girls saw that. We got a little wrapped up in our conversation. So I'm still learning here on YouTube. So I'll try to kind of keep them up as they come next time rather than try to play catch up later. Beth, thank you so much for your 5. Love a panel of all women. Thank you for doing this for us. Absolutely girl fucking power, right? Terrence Cox, thank you so much for your 2. How does John O'Keefe's family not question the McAlberts after trial 1 is, ugh. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak too much to that, but you know, I will always not just feel sorry for them because of this and because of, you know, his sister and all that, but also because for 3 years now they have had the wool pulled over their eyes. So, you know, it's very, it's a difficult situation. Yes, aka the cat lady, she did. Thank you so much, John Camo, for your 5. Appreciate it. My nurse Kel, thank you so much. Chad Lowe recently was attacked by a dog. Okay. Wow. Was recently attacked by a dog. Call him on the stand with photos of his arms and no blood in or on the ground. Interesting. I will look that up. Please pass the pepper. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Will. I appreciate it. I'll try to help the 2 of you get connected too. I'll talk to her. I made sure that she knew about your show. Lori Marie, thank you for becoming a new member. Appreciate it. I hope that you've been using all the awesome emojis and that you're enjoying them. For the record, in 2022, the Nagel came from its hole a few days early and saw its shadow. That's good. Thank you, Sketty Stain. Wow, that's a good one. Thank you so much. Do it. Go, AJ. Amen, Coco. Thank you so much. Terrence Cox. Not a lawyer, but would have been great on this live. 100%. Yes. And oh, by the way, if any of y'all ever get in touch with her, she is welcome on this show anytime. Denise, thank you for your 5. Get the craft agency to check for bugs. Yep. Okay. Danielle, thank you so much. Thanks for coming on, Miss McKinney. Yep. We were able to address you. Orphan methodology. Thank you again. Thank you again, Lori Marie. Kyle, yet again, thank you so much. I didn't and don't know any of these people. Enough noise and I watched this clean. Scares the hell out of me. Y'all ruined my screen time discipline too. I'm sorry. We don't normally go this long. Rennie, thank you so much for your 10. Do you think, yeah, we were able to address your question now that I'm starting to read it. Thank you so much. Sketty Stain, coming back with the 20. Thank you again for your super chat. Cheryl with an S. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm going to send her the link to the hostage video. Thank you, Greg. The only tears we saw at trial were when the witnesses started feeling sorry for themselves. Yes, 100%. Thank you, Erica. And that was a really good question. I appreciated that. Thank you, Lindsay. Brian Albert was in a sling the next day and never returned to work. Kind of hard to go out and help with CPR when you have a bum arm and shoulder all of a sudden. Yeah. And then didn't go to the funeral. That's all I've got to say about that right now. Stacy Face Travels. Thank you so much for your 10. Yeah, didn't show up to his funeral, but they sure showed up for closing arguments. Isn't that right? What if anything? Thank you so much for your 10. 100% need Black women on this jury. I was on a murder trial and all white jury and realized, oh, we are crazy. LOL. Some people blindly trust all cops. Yeah, that's true. You know, this was addressed in the first trial, but you know, Massachusetts especially is a place where people have, and I quote the foreman, deeply held beliefs. So there was a lot of things that probably are making people question their entire reality up there right now. Denise, thank you again. Appreciate you. Thank you again, Sue. Thank you so much. You're not allowed to work off duty as a Fed. Liability for 1, drunk 2. Yeah, 100%. Lori Marie, thank you again. Oh wait, no, we already read your question. Okay, thank God. I was like, did I miss it? Sue, thank you again once more. Yes, Sue, make sure you go back because we were able to address that question. Orphan methodology. There's another YouTuber who has data showing Jen was asleep and Matt did it. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Now, on this channel, we went over her Apple Health data. So you may want to come back and look at that. Jay Megan talked about it. Nurse Janice UK, thank you so much for becoming a member. Hello Kitty. Thank you so much. It doesn't make sense to me that Brian Higgins and Albert would go to a fallen soldier's funeral in New York, but not to their friends. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Sue, thank you again. Yes, we were able to address your question. Hallelujah. Lindsay, thank you so much for your 10. Lank showed up at 6:23 a.m. McCabe called Brian Albert at 6:23 a.m. and she also Googled the first search at 6:23. So did she call Brian Albert in the middle of the Our Father? Make it make sense. Yes. Denise, do y'all, yes, I'm from the South, think they went back to John O'Keefe's house to get more time to make sure all was set? Maybe. I mean, you know, McCabe did specifically say to Karen, no, let's not go back to 34 Fairview yet. So I don't know. Grace Base, thank you. Why did no one ask, why didn't I see him? Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, if I were a witness and I passed right by something like that, I'd be kicking myself, you know, and probably on the stand too. Sketty Stain, thank you again. He gives a very oh, we're talking about Auntie Deb. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Great content creator. Gives very accurate portrayal of what happened in the synopsis video. Yes. If you guys don't follow Auntie Deb, yeah, he is fantastic and so funny. I mean, such a breath of fresh air. Katie Dominic, thank you again. Thank you again, Sue. Holy Moses, Sue. Pork Chop. Pork Chop Express. Thank you for your $4.99. Something very telling that I don't hear much about. Body on the lawn and no one checks on the family in the house. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I think the LV Cops actually did address it. So make sure that you go to LV Cops TV and check them out. Thank you again, 22 SCHG. And thank you again, I gotta know. Jagan 78. Yes, thank you so much for your 10. Miss McKinney is my new girl crush. Absolutely love her. Oh yeah, we all do. We will be having her back. Thank you again, Ordinary You. And then Sherry D gifted 20 memberships, 5 here, 10 here, 5 here. Thank you so much. And for those of you who got the memberships, I hope you enjoy the emoji for a little bit. And I'm working on getting some members only material conjured. Thank you again, G. Ryan. She Rage Knits. Oh my God, that's such a good name. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Thank you, Jenna. Alessi Never Sleeps. Thank you so much, Marissa. Yeah, we had an absolute blast today, didn't we? Sherry D, thank you again. Thank you. Please pass the pepper. Great discussion. Like Miss McKinney. CK book over my saucy opening is a must. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Where were we? Amber, thank you so much. I think that the defense has more dirt on Higgins and Brian Albert and Colin Albert. That's quite possible. I mean, they were willing to stand up and say we have identified 3 third party culprits. Say that 10 times fast. Ipsy Dixit, Sherilyn, thank you so much. TikTok housewife in robe gives the best catch-up video. Kyle, thank you again. I ran on a regular who literally froze overnight. Wow. Thank you so much. Emily, thank you so much for your 10. It's so weird. Jen McCabe didn't run in the house immediately to check on her sister. This is yep, that's exactly what I'd be doing. That's what I'm saying here. That's the first thing I would want to do. I would want to make sure that my family is okay. That's my family in there. And Terrence Cox, thank you so much. I book guest 4. I'm not a lawyer, but what email to use? Don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get in touch with her. So, but y'all, thank you so much for being here. Make sure you pop back in about an hour and a half. We're gonna have Michelle Littlefield. She's going to be telling her story about what she went through with Meatball Morrissey. And then we're also going to be having the big guy, Turtle Boy himself. He's going to pop in for a little bit, and we're going to be raising money for his defense. So be back here at 7 Eastern. I'm going to get something to eat real quick and jump back in. So make sure y'all are there. I look forward to seeing all of you. Thank you so much for being here. It was great getting to know Miss McKinney a little bit, and thank y'all for being part of it. I so very much appreciate it. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. Peace, love, and butt dials. I'll see y'all here in just a little bit.